But before that happens, a clear and dry night for many. We will see the cloud thicken across Wales and the southwest, and some showers will push into Devon and Cornwall by dawn. But it's a muggy night wherever you are. 17, 18, 19 Celsius fairly widely. Even in the north of Scotland, mid-teens are possible. But a fine start for Scotland and for much of England first thing Saturday. Sunny skies, temperatures shooting up, but the showers in the southwest will quickly push into central areas, developing into an intense area of thundery rain by the afternoon, with the risk of localised flooding, large hail and frequent lightning, particularly towards the Midlands into northern England and southern Scotland later. But ahead of that rain, could reach the low 30s in East Anglia. Much fresher conditions arrive by the start of Sunday. Any thundery rain clearing for the north of Scotland, but further spells of wet weather likely to brush past southeast England before some heavy showers and thunderstorms develop across Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest into the afternoon. We keep the showers and some thunderstorms into the start of next week, but it also turns cooler.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of July. Today, how can we control our border? The Home Office had reportedly drawn up an emergency migration break plan, but Liz Truss rejected it.
More travel chaos is on the way. Up to a third of flights across Europe could be delayed or cancelled.
Britpop legends Blur are to finally achieve their ultimate ambition and headline Wembley. Stephanie Tecci will have the latest.
And our Don't Kill Cash campaign is going really strong, with nearly 180,000 backers already. We'll explain how you can add your name.
And, of course, we'll bring you the latest weather.
I've got the full details on the heat, the humidity and the thundery breakdown in today's weather forecast.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
The shocking news this morning.
Ta-da.
Shocking.
Go on, what?
Ford Fiestas. They're rolling the last one off the production line this weekend.
Today. Oh.
After 50 years.
That has been around forever, yeah. 50 years of Ford Fiestas.
Yeah, apparently.
Gosh.
I mean, it's just always been there. They've reinvented it and reinvented it. The last Ford Fiesta.
Oh.
So we'd like to know what your first car was. Because it's a good first car as a Fiesta.
Yes, that's right. It's known as that, which is why I suppose it was so popular.
Yeah.
God, no, I never owned a Ford Fiesta.
No, I didn't.
Missed that by. I had one of my proudest was a Mini Metro, because I was in Birmingham, working in Birmingham at the time. They introduced the new robotic British Leyland factory, which made the Mini Metro. So I was very proud to, and it was a smashing little car.
Yeah, we had a Mini Metro.
My first ever car was an MG Midget, little sports car.
You couldn't call them that now.
No, I don't think... Well, I don't know. They're still around. You see them, don't you? But they... it's a tiny little sports car. I mean, ridiculous, really. It was a bit of a tin can on wheels with a soft top. But I thought it was the sexiest thing since sliced bread.
But how old were you? 17, 18?
No, about 20. Probably about 20.
Yeah, well, you know, at that age.
And I loved it to bits, but it was very, very second-hand, if you know what I mean. And it burned more oil than petrol. You could see me coming in a great cloud of black smoke.
Yes.
Yeah. What about yours? What was yours?
Mine was a Citroen BX that my Uncle Joe, my great-uncle Joe...
What does a BX look like?
It was
like a bug?
No, it was quite long. It was a four-door thing. But back in the day, the problem with Citroens back then was that they had pneumatic suspension.
What does that mean?
So it means when you turned it on, the car went dup, dup, dup and lifted up over each wheel. And every now and then it had these little spheres and you kept having to get them recharged and things. So the suspension was the issue. You'd sit there and it'd pop up on one side.
And what was the issue with a lot of those cars, if you go back long enough, and certainly to my first car, is they didn't have any power steering.
Oh, no.
You know, to tug on it to just do a three-point turn was absolute hell.
And things like do youngsters know what a choke is now?
Oh, gosh, I'd forgotten about chokes.
Yeah.
I never see... I mean...
Don't see choke
No,
now.
I had a choke in my... I definitely had a choke in my midget.
Oh, you will have done,
Yeah,
midget.
yeah. Because that burned even more oil then.
When we were kids, we had a larder.
A larder?
We always had larders. I mean, they were cheap and cheerful, the larders, but they also had the bumper on the front was basically a girder.
A girder?
It was a girder. Honestly, I remember my mother...
Like a cattle ram?
It was sort of thing, yeah. I remember my mother backing into the gate once, by mistake, sorry, Mum.
Of course.
But, of course, it dented the gate.
Oh, I see.
But, of course, the car was fine. It was literally a metal girder.
Yeah. Well, I seem to remember
illegal
about larders is they were very... Yes, they are illegal, aren't they? They were very solid.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, massively solid.
We drove it all round France.
Massively opposite from my little car.
Yeah, no, they were a solid bit of kit with a larder. Yeah. My grandma always called it a lager. She couldn't... We're going out in the lager.
Oh. When always...
Happy days.
Yeah, you have fond memories of your first car, don't you? It's because you were so proud to have a car at all, I think. Yeah. And it was your little... It's like an Englishman's home is his castle. Your first car was your freedom, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it was.
There were the days when petrol were cheap.
It was cheap then. No, it was fun. So anyway, let us know what your first car was. If you've got any pictures, send them through. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
All gas guzzlers compared to what we have today.
Yes, they were, yeah. But cars have got so much bigger, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're huge, cars are now, and I'm guilty of having a huge car because I wouldn't want to drive a Mini or a little sports car alongside most of the stuff I see on the motorway nowadays.
No, you wouldn't. But also, I mean, I love mine. So, I'm always going to the tip or whatever. I like the space.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
Space.
I mean, given that I had so many children, I've had a people mover most of my adult life, and they're so useful. Well, it's like another bedroom, really, isn't it? It's like another room for the house.
Oh, well, you could get the kids in there all the time.
Well, I could have, really, yeah. We did have a mattress in the back and a cool box. When I collected the big kids from school, then the little ones needed somewhere to lie down or play Lego, so there was always a box of Lego in the back, and in the summer there was a cool box in the back with lots of ice cream.
Yeah, you know what you've done now, though, Anne Diamond? You know, the Daily Star's headline today is "Psycho Robot Scumbags, We Promise Not to Kill Humans." Daily Star Sunday headline is going to be "Anne Diamond, I always had a mattress in the back of the car."
Oh, dear, it sounds bad, doesn't it? Yeah, OK. But it was for the kids. But like I said, it was an extra room of the house.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I think we should move on.
I think we should thank you very much for giving Fleet Street a really nasty idea.
Oh, no, I'll charge them if they use it. Now, Tory MPs are demanding the Prime Minister revives a radical blueprint to cut immigration. It was binned, believe it or not, by Liz Truss.
With Home Office proposals, basically, the Home Office have come up with this, what they called an emergency brake on visas and capping entry routes. Rishi Sunak was unaware of these plans, Number 10 has suggested.
Well, let's talk to former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall, who joins us now. Claire, good to see you this morning. I'm quite shocked that some of these sort of plans were in place and Liz Truss, of all people, decided they weren't worth running with.
Well, the Home Office would come up with these kind of plans on a pretty frequent basis. You always need to have a battle plan when it comes to what you can do with borders, what you can do with security. So I'm not surprised. What I am surprised about is Liz Truss refusing to look at it and binning the proposal entirely. Now, there are problems with it. It depends what entry routes you want to cap. It depends what visas you're going after, whether you're going to increase fees. So to see what impact it has, you need to see the detail of what you've got coming through. The one thing it doesn't do is put the boat crossings into context, because that is irregular migration. So it really depends what you want your immigration system to be, what vacancies you have, and what you're actually trying to do. Because if all you're after is bringing down a headline figure, then that's the way. But if you want to make your immigration system sustainable for the future, then you need to think it through better.
Well, the suggestion from what has been leaked already is that it was just that. It was a proposal that would simply cut figures in order to be in line with the Tories' 2019 election promises, and wouldn't actually have looked at the illegal crossings at all. Is that how you understand it?
Yeah, that's exactly how I understand it. It's cutting a headline figure, which is great for a manifesto promise, but it's not going to do much else to bring your immigration down or make the system any better and any more sustainable. So I think that it really depends what you're doing. And at the moment, it just looks like you're trying to win headlines. It's trying to bring a figure down, which is not meaningful. You can do this, but you're going to hit sectors which are already hard hit, such as the care sector, such as the seasonal sector and fruit pickers, for example. And those are the areas that we desperately need people. So I don't really understand why this is coming back through again. I think it's a really easy win for people, but also it's not going to solve your immediate problem of what we've seen with people crossing the channel and making those really dangerous boat trips. So it's one of the things that the Home Office does. It comes up with a fighting plan each time, and ministers have to look at it, and you also have to then get Treasury buy-in, which I think is probably why Liz Truss dismissed it in the first place, because the Treasury would be having kittens over the amount of money we would lose as a country.
Yeah, but OK, so, I mean, looking back to Liz Truss's time with this one, but the problem we've got here is that looking to the present and the immediate future, Rishi Sunak doesn't seem to be getting anywhere at the moment with cutting down on the boat crossings, which, of course, was one of his 5 promises.
Well, I think it was always going to be a promise that was doomed to fail, and I think I've spoken with you both before on this. It is a very broad promise to make. To stop boat crossings is practically impossible. You need to look at the root cause of the migration, which is due mainly to conflicts within the Middle Eastern area and the amount of people on the move. So look at those organised crime gangs, look at the reasons why people are moving, and then you'll have the battleground that you wish to pick a fight with. But you're going to need international buy-in. And the one thing that we don't have have is any agreements with the EU 27 countries for returns. So it's all very well to say that you're going to remove people quickly, but where are you sending them to? Rwanda hasn't worked and is unlikely to work. You have no returns agreements other than with Albania. So unless you start moving that problem forward, then you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, but sorry, Anne, I was just going to say, but we had when we were in the EU, we had return agreements, and that didn't seem to, France still didn't want to take them back.
It doesn't necessarily mean France. I can remember from my time at the Home Office, a lot of people were flagged up because they had claimed asylum elsewhere. And if it had taken too long in Hungary or Germany, for example, then we could see that they'd made that application and we would return them to those countries because that's where their application was live. So it doesn't look very much on the surface, but actually underneath you were removing people quite quickly because they had an active claim elsewhere. After Brexit, we lost access to that system. We lost the ability to have eyes on what people were doing. So you needed to renegotiate those agreements. And unfortunately, that doesn't seem to have happened.
But politically, if the original promise in the manifesto, the election manifesto, was to bring down net migration, and if you don't look at this, Rishi Sunak doesn't choose to look at this plan that's just been leaked, and he can't do anything, as you've just outlined, about illegal migration, then what can he do? Nothing?
Well, I mean, this is the real problem for Rishi Sunak. He hasn't laid out what he wants his immigration system to look like. All he's done is say no to absolutely every proposal that comes through and put forward some unworkable proposals that it just simply won't happen. So unless there is some real thought and some collective thought from the Cabinet Office, from the Home Office, from the Treasury and the Prime Minister himself, then you aren't going to see anything happen. We are now looking at the next election being fought on the grounds of immigration. So you need to come up with those sustainable ideas that aren't going to affect the economy, but are also going to bring back the promises made previously in 2019. This is a really difficult ask of the Prime Minister. He doesn't seem to grasp the seriousness of it, and he doesn't seem to have that much level of interest other than three-word slogans and very nice headlines.
OK. Claire, for now, thanks very much indeed. It's being simplistic, but I imagine it's what most of you are thinking, because we're not politicians, right? So we don't... There are other factors to think about in all of this. However, you can't help but think there must be something we can... With the boat crossings, can't we just have the Royal Navy going up and down our edge of the channel?
Yes, but what
in
do,
the centre?
What do we do? Because what they're coming across is dinghies that are massively overcrowded.
Yeah, but if they're not on our side of the channel, if they're not in our waters, they have to go back to France. It's still the French responsibility.
How do you make them turn around? If they are being steered and driven by people smugglers, how do you make them turn around without endangering the people in the dinghy?
I don't know.
And the minute those people fall into the water, you'd have to say they're our responsibility to save them.
Yeah, but if you've
still got the same problem.
But if you're saving them on the French side, they'd still have to go back to France, wouldn't they?
I don't think so. If you saved them, you'd be taking them onto a...
I don't know.
ship.
You just sort of think there's got to be something a bit blunt that can be done. But maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong. If you know, GBViews at GBNews.com. It seems that they're all faffing around the edges and not getting on with it.
There's a lot of faffing going on.
I know,
and no real action, and the problem's just getting worse and worse.
I don't know. I don't know.
And then you have to think about along humanitarian lines as well.
Well,
Not everybody on those boats is just sort of coming here selfishly. They're coming for a better life, or they are scared of where they were.
Yeah, but they're doing it via people smugglers.
Yeah, because that's the only way to do it. How could we have the answer? When cleverer minds than ours don't seem to.
Maybe you've got a
But you
decent
can't take a hard
plan.
line that would endanger life. You just can't, can you?
No, you can't. But there's got to be something.
You see, people always used to draw parallels with the fact that Australia had a very firm line. They turned back the boats, but they were very big boats. They were coming from the long, many thousands of miles away. They weren't in little dinghies where you turn a water hose or you get bullying about how you try and turn those dinghies round. You're endangering the lives on board, aren't you?
But there's got to be we've got to be doing something along the French coast.
Yes, that's
And I know we have got more people on the French coast now, and the French is putting more police on the French coast.
That's not stopping the boats.
It's not stopping them, no. So we need to be... Why isn't that just being absolutely covered in officers with knives to pop the dinghies?
Before they set sail.
Before they set sail.
Yeah.
But that's got... Surely, it can't be that difficult. Anyway, GB Views at GBNews.
Maybe it should be against the law on the coast to actually be in possession of a dinghy.
Maybe.
Maybe it's got to be something that radical.
Yeah.
Licence all the dinghies, make them too expensive to buy.
Maybe. It's a thought. Anyway, let's bring you up to date with what else is going on today at 6:15, and the local community has been reeling following the death of 8-year-old Selina Lau. This is in Wimbledon in South London after a car crashed into a school there on Thursday. Her family said she was adored and loved by everyone. Community members called her their shining star. Several people were taken to hospital after the incident. Another 8-year-old girl and a woman in her 40s are in a critical condition.
An unnamed BBC presenter has been accused of paying a teenager more than £35,000 in exchange for sexual images. According to The Sun, the family complained to the BBC last month. The BBC says it's taking any allegations very seriously.
Sir Elton John will hold his final farewell show in Sweden this weekend. He's had a lot of farewell shows, as you know, going on for years. Anyway, it marks the end of his tour. The 76-year-old has been on tour since 2018. Has been paused at various points, of course, because of the pandemic. Now, our Don't Kill Cash campaign is really gaining momentum.
Really doing well. I mean, just when we were on air yesterday, the numbers absolutely soared, didn't they? And are doing very well, so congratulations. I don't know if we can... There we are. If you want to join in, it's all about just pleading with the government not to kill off cash. Keep cash flowing as much as digital ways of paying for anything, then do sign the petition. And that's the way you do it. You hold your camera phone up to that, QR code, and it'll take you to a page where you'll be invited to sign the petition.
Yeah. Or if you haven't got access to anything to read the QR code, you can just go on your website to gbnews.com/cash.
And join in.
Where are easier.
How many have we got?
177,000.
Wow.
And it's interesting because it's not about... I'm not a big cash user at all, but it's not saying don't go digital in some respects, but have both.
Don't get rid of cash.
Yeah, because, I mean, and yesterday loads of people got in touch saying why they need cash. You know, people doing tea dances for charities and you know, we're going to talk to a busker a little bit later on. I mean, how do you pay a busker without cash?
I don't know. It's going to put some people... If they did get rid of cash, it would put some people out of their work, wouldn't it?
And beggars, you know, I know we don't like to see homeless people on the streets, but they're there and sometimes they always need help.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're able to give them any help, but it's, you know, you can't do it without cash.
Card,
no. So, I don't know, it's difficult, isn't it? So get involved. At least you can have your voice heard in this, and hopefully...
Yeah, and if you work in one of those jobs maybe where cash is quite important, get in touch and tell us. GBViews at gbnews.com. Now, it is holiday season at the moment, and it makes me sigh with a sort of regret in a way. The Great Getaway has begun, because great getaways always lead to chaos in this country. Queues, at least. Oh, well, of course, we are dreaming of a far-flung beach and an escape from our everyday slog. But wouldn't you know it, another strike is now on the horizon. This time it's the air traffic controllers. Aren't they sort of annually on strike? Anyway, they're planning to walk out over the peak summer period after recent negotiations have failed. Yeah, so what does this mean for us? Let's talk to travel correspondent Simon Calder. Morning, Simon. So what's going on?
Good morning. OK, well, the first thing is, and forgive me, and I do need to get in the larder jokes first. Fascinating to hear your discussion. Of course, you know the old joke, how do you double the value of a larder? You fill it up with petrol. And Stephen Dixon went to the garage and said, have you got a windscreen wiper for a larder? And they said, sounds like a fair swap. Anyway, that's not important right now. Look, here I am at Glasgow Airport, really busy. Yesterday, can you believe, was the busiest day since 2019 in the skies of Europe. Well over 34,000 flights taking off and landing. Every single one of those flights is managed by the Network Control Centre at Eurocontrol, which is in Brussels, like all good European organisations. And there's very good men and women who keep the system running there. And wherever you're flying from here in Glasgow, say, to Alicante in Spain, you will be going through British, through French and through Spanish airspace, and that will all be coordinated by Eurocontrol. Now, they have very good specialised staff who basically are saying, help, we need more resources. The whole air traffic control business since COVID has been in a right old pickle, because a lot of controllers, when, as you will recall, the amount of airline traffic just tumbled here in Glasgow, I think it was down to 5% of pre-pandemic levels, they just retired, they got other jobs, they left the industry, and now there simply aren't enough of these very highly skilled people. So they're saying we need more help. That I think, actually, even though some reports are saying this could see the cancellation of 1/3 of flights, and just imagine that at the start of the main school summer holidays in England and Wales. Of course, the schools are already on holiday here in Scotland and in Northern Ireland. Just imagine if you turned up and they said, sorry, your flight to Spain has gone, you're not going to get another one. Well, that would be extremely concerning. But actually, when you say, aren't air traffic controllers always on strike? Yes, we do have some previous, particularly French air traffic controllers who are really the key to everywhere. You want to go from Glasgow to Italy or to Spain, you will be flying over French airspace. And then a week today, if you're going to, from, or indeed over Italy, beware, because there's going to be a strike by Italian aviation workers, including some air traffic controllers. So messy old summer, but I think most of the people here, I mean, we've got about 40 cancellations, British Airways in and out of Heathrow today, but entirely on routes where they've got multiple flights. So most people will get where they need to be.
So, I mean, given that it's going to be pretty miserable for some people, and particularly if they've got a European holiday already booked, do you have any top tips, maybe one major tip that might help people avoid the blues of this awfulness that's looming?
Yeah, first of all, you should be really looking forward to the holiday, particularly if you maybe haven't had a proper family holiday since 2019. The vast majority of them will go ahead. And secondly, just be really aware what your rights are. For instance, I was just hearing yesterday, EasyJet's been putting in some cancellations, basically, I think, because they've got so overstretched at Gatwick. And a lot of people were contacting me saying, we've got this cancellation. What do we do? And I just said, well, find another airline. The airline has to get you to your destination on the same day. And if they can't get you there immediately, they've got to put you up in a hotel and give you your meals. Your European air passenger rights rules are very strong. Of course, then you've got the problem, are there going to be enough flights to go around? But I think most people are going to be OK. If you just pick up an hour or two delay, then I would count yourself as very lucky. And of course, the Mediterranean, those Californian fly drives, the Florida theme parks, all waiting for you.
See, you make it sound all very positive and lovely. Simon, good to see you, as always. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Oh.
Do you think wherever Simon goes, he has a little tripod and a camera,
yeah,
and he just sets up wherever, you know.
Yeah. He
just seems to... He just seems to fly all over the world and just be available.
Glasgow today. Why Glasgow?
Why Glasgow, yeah.
Don't know. But he knows all the right people, because it's actually not easy to film inside an airport.
No.
There's very strict rules, so he clearly has got... He knows all the people to get the permission.
Is that right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. It's why when most...
I've ever tried filming inside an airport.
It's why when you see most reports at airports, they're all stood outside the terminal.
Oh,
it's because you're not allowed in.
He's in the know because he's right there in the middle of it.
He's right in the middle of it. Yeah. So there you go.
Can you imagine what it's like being Simon Calder, going through security and everything, taking your shoes off and putting them in the thing, and they must all say, "It's you."
They must do. It's just become...
I mean, they do that to me, so they must do it to Simon because he's always travelling.
He's an incredible man.
Yeah.
You know, he's just become the face of travel. And he always does it with a smile, which is nice, especially if you're going to face some of that chaos. Anyway, let us know if you're going anywhere. If you're not going anywhere, what about the weather here in the UK? Let's have a look.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day though across the board.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
.29, good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Oh, you've all been getting in touch with your first cars. Dave, he says, my first car was a 1963 pink Mini.
Way.
No seat belts, a 3-inch long... it was 3 foot long.
No. Oh, well, they were long.
Oh, yeah,
3
foot long
gear sticks used to be really long.
Sliding windows and a starter motor button on the floor.
Yes, I remember those. I think my midget had a starter motor button on the floor. Yeah, only £2 to fill the tank, he said. You can't believe it, can you?
No.
I like this one. Simon in Plymouth says, my first car was a Morris Marina. It was my granddad's car, because Morris Marinas were a bit sort of for older people, really, weren't they? And I received it when he passed away. I was 17 and had just passed my test, and I was so proud of my first car. I can still remember the registration number now, 40 years later. I now manage to live without a car at all.
No, Simon. Oh, I love a car.
Yeah,
my reg was E69 FEO.
Right, and that was the Lada?
No, that was the Citroen, my first car.
Yeah.
One of the Ladas, which we had when I was about 12, 13, it was KEO 670Y.
Well done. I remember my dad's car's registration. That was MFK 455. It was a Ford Consul that had a little visor on the windscreen all the way across the front windscreen.
What, one big one?
Yeah, one big visor.
Well, that's a good idea.
On the outside, yeah.
On the outside?
Yeah. Yeah, it was really quite an old car, but there you go. Ooh. Linda had a Volkswagen Beetle. They were very popular as first cars, weren't they?
Yeah. Jane had a Mini, but passed her test in a yellow MG Midget.
There you are, you too.
Baz had a Ford Zephyr.
Oh, yes, I remember
1970, I don't remember those.
Because Ford brought out a load of cars that had Zs as the first letter. Zodiac, Zephyr, something else. But that was all very 70s, wasn't it?
My friend Alexander, his parents drove an Austin Allegro.
Yes.
But because the font on the back of the car was really, really odd, and I thought it was called Rustin. Because some people that they drove a Rustin Allegro.
Rusting. I drove a rusting MG Midget, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It was more rust than metal.
I remember that. Some of those had square steering wheels. Remember those Allegros?
Square steering wheels?
Yeah, they did, and it was... they're like a collector's item now.
Yeah. God.
If you're into your classic cars.
Well, that's interesting, because Andrew says, I still have my 1982 Ford Fiesta XR2.
Oh, XR2s?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about those.
That's a Fiesta, you see.
That was the boy racer's car.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had an XR2 in the 90s... Well, that's 82. But it's certainly like sort of late 80s, 90s. If you had an XR2, that was the biz.
Well, it sounds as though it's in good nick, because he says, I only use it occasionally, and apparently it's worth about 25 grand now. Happy days.
I can believe it if it's in good nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, classic car. Yeah.
I had an XR something. It had the engine in the boot.
Oh.
And the front opened up and you put your luggage in. It had proper custom luggage that went with it. What was it? I'll think of it.
Oh, that is. I know Beetles always had the engine in the back.
What would it have been? It was one of those ones that, as I say, the engine was in the back. And beautiful custom luggage. I mean, whoa, I thought it was
very nice.
That went in the front, yeah.
Oh.
I'll try and remember what it was. It was blue.
And
it was brilliant.
If you had an XR2 and you were a boy racer...
Oh,
not that that's a sensible thing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It was a thing to do back in the day. Now, campaigners have criticised the government for not doing enough to slow down antibiotic use on farms.
Yes, they claimed a new legislation designed to replace EU rules post-Brexit would undermine the fight against deadly drug-resistant bacteria.
Well, let's talk to Colin Rayner, who's director and farmer at Rayner Farms. Colin, really good to see you this morning. I'm a bit perturbed about this. I mean, I come from a farming background. I mean, how are you meant to manage without antibiotics? You can't do it, can you?
Good morning. Sorry, I'm looking a bit tired. We were up harvesting till midnight last night, trying to get in some harvest crops before the wane. The people of this country have got to wake up. We've got two choices. We either produce food using all the tools we have in the toolbox, which is medicines and good vets, or we don't. If we don't have medicines, animals will die a horrible, dreadful death. Animals will then become unprofitable and we'll stop producing animals in this country. And this is not an attack on the farmers, attack on the whole of our country. We need to be self-sufficient in food and we need to be able to use these antibiotics to save our animals. And I don't know where they're getting their science from, but I doubt if it's very safe. And I'm concerned for the future of the agricultural industry if these people get their way. And these are a very small minority of people. We do not use antibiotics unless we really have to. They are very expensive and also they are time-consuming to administer. You know, at the moment, we only administer antibiotics on a vet's recommendation. So there is a problem. There could be some resistance, but I think that the issues we've got to produce our own food. And if we don't produce in this country, it'll be produced in some foreign country that has totally unregulated medicine use. So the people in this country got to wake up and say, do we want food from British farmers where the medicines are regulated extremely hard, they're administered and given prescription by vets, or do we import food from a third world country where there is no control on the medicines that are given to animals?
And this new legislation, then, I don't quite get it. Is it going to be more relaxed than it was under the EU, or is it going to be much tighter and more difficult for farmers?
Basically, it's going to be the same, but these people want it to be a more stringent controls of our use of medicines for animals.
I mean, the argument they make, Colin, is that a lot of farmers are routinely giving antibiotics as a preemptive measure. I mean, from what you're saying, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Do they know how expensive antibiotics are? You don't do anything routinely, and we don't make enough money as it is. So these people, where do they get those facts from? Could they send me the data? And I'm fed up with people making facts where they have no data. We need the data. You know, let me show them the data where farmers are routinely using antibiotics every day. I don't know a farmer that does.
So are you suggesting this concern is sort of, they're making a mountain out of a molehill here? Or scaring?
I think it's people that have a different agenda.
And what agenda would that be?
On the farmers of this country and the people of this country. They don't want us to be eating meat, and they don't want it produced in the UK. They much prefer it to be imported from some third world country where there is no control on the drugs that are used. And we have the same problem with oilseed rape. They banned a chemical on unsafe science, so we no longer grow vast sums of oilseed rape in this country. That's now imported from countries that use the same chemical that's banned in this country. The whole world is madness.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I mean, one of the sort of umbrella groups behind all of this, of course, are these animal welfare charities. What can you tell us about how farmers like you handle animal welfare on your farms? How important is it to you?
It's so important. We've been farming for over 500 years, looking after the countryside, looking after our animals. If we don't look after animals, they won't make us any money and we'll go bankrupt. But farmers do it for the love of farming. We're not here for the money. I can assure you that. You know, as I said, we've been harvesting till midnight last night. My chaps came back in at 5 o'clock. We're preparing for another day's harvest. We are harvesting grass, so we have enough feed for our cattle during the winter. And we're working jolly hard, and we make sure that we look after our cattle, our sheep, and we do it. We actually look after them sometimes better than our own families, and that's a bit of a shame. But we know we have a great deal of pride, and we just had in the last week other farmers coming to judge our farms to make sure that we are the best of the best. And we have a local agricultural association called the Royal East Berks Agricultural Association, and each year we invite judges from other farmers to come and check on our farms and find out who is the best farmer. And we wouldn't be entering those competitions if our cattle and sheep were not looked after with love and care and attention.
Do you think most people, non-farming people, have no idea of what it is like to be a farmer and how difficult things are?
I'm surprised that people do. And after Jeremy Clarkson's wonderful series that did more for farming in 30 years than Country File has, that it's told us about the real agonies and pains. You know, my men had 5 hours sleep. Men and women had 5 hours sleep last night. We're now facing another. We'll be here till midnight tonight, unless the weather pours down. If the weather pours down, we're then going to look after the cattle. So it's a juggling act, and we're trying to bring in this year's harvest so we can feed this country. And that's what we do every day. We are here to produce food. On another subject, we now have a government that wants us to produce wildflowers. Well, that's a subject for another day. We have to feed the nation. And you've got to remember, at the beginning of the Second World War, when this country went hungry, in the first month of the war, 50,000 dogs were put down by the government because there was no food to feed the dogs. And would the public ever want that? You know, if we ran hungry, you know, would they stomach, you know, our pets being put down because there's no food for them, let alone us? You know, you just look into our history. My grandparents, even though they lived on and worked on a farm, they went hungry in the Second World War. Do we want to do that again?
No, we absolutely don't. It's about time we appreciated what our farmers do.
Yeah.
I think, look, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I'll let you get back to it.
Try and get some kip in today if you can. Yeah.
But, thank you.
It is a tough job.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, you've got to watch Jeremy Clarkson's farm. It's just brilliant. I know you don't fancy the man, nor do I.
Oh no, I like Jeremy Clarkson.
But
I do like Jeremy Clarkson.
His farming. Is it what? So the word farm putting you off the series?
No, I tell you what it is. Partly, it's just because I'm from a farming background.
Yeah, you feel,
I sort of know. I sort of know it, so I don't want to particularly watch someone else do it.
It's heartbreaking watching him try and make a business of it. And then it's heartbreaking watching him get involved with the... I mean, as he was just saying, that you love farming because you love looking after the animals, you love making a business of it.
Yeah.
You love growing the crops, and then, as he was just saying, you know, he saw the thunderstorms coming and had to get his crop in.
But you know, it's
night.
just like
Doesn't matter whether you stay up all night doing it.
They do struggle. Farmers struggle, even if it's going really well. It's still hard work. That's the issue. No, I've got one side of my family are farmers, the other side built ships.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's
vital to the British cause.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Good stock, me. I'm from decent stock. Shipbuilders and farmers.
Yeah, no, it's very good.
There you go.
Very good upbringing, isn't it?
It's quite interesting looking back on it.
It is. Yeah.
There you go. And then I've ended up doing this.
Just what he was saying there, well, you're informing the nation.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I mean, it's just fascinating hearing him say, do we want to go back to this? Do we want that? Do we want this? We've got to look after our farmers as well so that they can look after us.
Yeah. That's what people don't think about. They don't think about the fact that actually we've run out of food. And we need food security. Like we need energy security and all the rest of it. We need all of that.
Yeah, we do. I've remembered what my car was that had the engine in the back. And it was a Fiat X19.
Oh.
I'll try and find a picture of it for you.
Yeah, X19.
Very angular car.
Oh, yes, I recognise those. I didn't know they were... Right.
I thought it was the bee's knees.
Honestly, aren't they ugly now when you look back at them?
Terribly ugly.
But
Real
fashion.
60s, really 60s look about them.
Yeah, but, you know, cool at the time.
Very cool.
See the Sweeney driving about in one of them.
Yeah.
It's that sort of look, if you're going to picture it in your mind's eye. Now, we've got all the other stories making the headlines in the papers in just a moment. This is GB News. It's 6:45. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Please get in touch if you've owned one of Anne Diamond's former cars.
Yeah, well, astonishingly, we've had a message from Dave, hello Dave, who says, Anne, my first car was your Metro. I bought it off a lady in Romsey and your name was on the logbook. A very nice car. It was, you know, because I was working in Birmingham at the time and that's where the Mini Metro was made and they were terribly proud of it. And it was, I was promised, because I said, oh, I'd love a Mini Metro. And so the people at the factory said they would give me a special one. And they did. They really looked after it. I mean, it wasn't a Friday afternoon car, if you know what I mean. Wow. It was a Monday morning car, I don't know. But it drove like an absolute dream. So if you got it, you must have enjoyed it as much as I did. It was wonderful. Why did I get rid of it, I wonder?
Wow. Don't know.
Probably because I got a job in London shortly.
Probably.
After that, yeah.
Anyway, let's take you through the papers this morning. And we're talking today to Sean McDonald and Candice Holdsworth. Really good to see you both this morning. Sean, let's have a look at the Express, should we? Rishi Sunak needs to move on from the doom and gloom of Remainers.
Yeah, you've got Brendan Clark-Smith, one of the Tories to break the Labour red wall, is urging Rishi Sunak to remember what won the Tories an 80-seat majority and to start talking up Britain and Brexit again. I think admittedly it's basically an anticipation of a bit of a looming election disaster if polls are to be believed. He wants Rishi to focus on a string of successes, as he calls it. Those successes being, I have to look back at them.
I was going to say, could you list them?
I know, I mean, it's a short list. The leadership over Ukraine, vaccine rollout and trade deals. Quite a short list, but I think if you look at the opposite, you've got a series of unelected prime ministers. If we're looking, you know, during COVID, the COVID vaccine rollout, I think it was handled quite well. You know, when that was done, but then you've got the billions that were stolen in sham PPE contracts, which are, I don't know if they're under investigation. I don't know why doors haven't been chapped.
I presume it will come out in the wash.
You've got mortgage costs are through the roof, taxes highest in 70 years. You've got never-ending public strikes. The NHS is on its knees. Coffee costs £11 in some shops. I think I understand the tactic because I think they've got to focus on, I don't know, past successes, but as the election is coming up. So, I mean, I understand, I'm able to take a step back and say I understand the tactic, I understand, you know, where they're coming from, but I think it's going to be too little too late. I don't know about you, you know, as we kind of come up to an election.
Is it toxic to just bring up the word Brexit if you were trying to fight the next election?
Well, the thing is, I mean, Rishi Sunak apparently voted Brexit, but I never really hear him talking about it in the same way Boris Johnson did. I mean, Boris Johnson really owned Brexit. And it's so true. I sort of get the impression that Rishi Sunak finds it a bit toxic and he wants to move on from it. But is it still an issue for voters, say in the Red Wall, who last time lent their votes to the Conservative Party to get Brexit done? And now you've got the Labour Party saying they might be open to some kind of renegotiation with the EU. So is it over as an issue? I wonder.
Well, yes. Don't know.
Oh, look, you've got a lovely shot of our camera there.
Oh, very nice. It's doing its own thing. Candice, Times. Hooray! More strikes could be on the way.
Oh, yeah. So this story in the Times is basically there's a split in the Cabinet over whether or not to follow the Pay Review Board recommendation for public sector workers to get a 6% pay rise. And Rishi Sunak is apparently resistant to the idea because he thinks it could be inflationary. But people like Steve Barclay, Gillian Keegan, Suella Braverman, they want to follow the recommendation because they just want to put a lid on these strikes now. And also because in the private sector, there's been about a 7% pay increase. So they're saying the public sector's not matching the private sector. I think this is going to be really difficult for Rishi Sunak because one of his 5 pledges was to get inflation down. It's not coming down. One of those reasons that they say that is because pay keeps chasing rising prices. Yeah. But what do people do? They can't really reduce their demand for things like food, fuel, mortgage costs. It's a very, very tricky situation.
No, there's no way out of the inflationary cycle without pain.
I know. That's the thing.
Trouble.
Yes. But the striking workers they don't want to accept it, and I can understand why. It's so hard.
It's absolutely. But you know, it is painful. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Sadly. Let's talk about this gets my goat. in the Telegraph, Sean, the wealthiest should pay more for the BBC, according to the man who's just been kicked out of the job as chairman.
Yeah, Richard Sharp, he was asked... I mean, to be fair, I don't know if he's been slightly misquoted, but that is the headline the Daily Telegraph are running with, that the wealthiest should pay more for the BBC. Richard Sharp, who has recently departed BBC chairman in a bit of a scandal over his connection to Boris Johnson and helping him to obtain an £800,000 loan, he has basically said that there has to be some sort of change. I think after when we reach 2027, there'll be a change in the law or the legislation of how the BBC licence fee could be collected. And he's saying, yeah, maybe there should be sort of means-tested. Wealthier houses should pay more. I don't think that's the right way to go.
How much would it cost to means test it? And how would
I know.
you? Just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you watch more programming.
Well, exactly. I think it's completely unfair. I do understand his point that he's saying maybe there are households that don't have as much disposable cash that are then being made to pay for it. They're talking about it maybe being decriminalised in that sense, but then it could see a raft of cases going through civil courts. I don't know what the answer is, but I would hang my hat on saying I don't think means testing it, or just because you earn more money means you should pay more, because as you say, what if you only watch like the odd programme here or there?
And can you imagine the cost of means testing every person who watches the BBC?
I mean, what does a licence cost? About 130,
159 pounds.
Well, I pay £159 just to watch Doctor Who, because it's the only thing I watch.
You know, he just interestingly made a point as well, just not to stay on this for too long, but if it was to go through the civil courts, you would see a disproportionate amount of women, because it's women who tend to answer the door, whereas men will just be like, no, which is an interesting insight. If you don't answer the door, do you have to deal with them? I don't want to be telling people what to do, but...
No. Look, we've got to... I know it's a short and sweet one. We've got to leave it there. Sean, Candice, thank you very much indeed. We'll catch up with you in the next hour.
Yeah, but we've got some show business news to catch up with right now, because joining us live from Rotterdam is our showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tecci. And a very good morning to you, Steph. Where is she?
Morning.
Oh, look
what
at you.
What are you doing in Rotterdam?
In that fabulous apartment.
I am here for the North Sea Jazz Festival. It's my first time in Rotterdam, but there's so many amazing performers, including Sir Tom Jones. And this is going to be like one of his first performances since he's had his hip replacement. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Sir Tom Jones can move and shake it like he's done in previous years. But it's an amazing lineup. It's been incredible to kind of explore jazz in Rotterdam. I didn't realise how big the Netherlands were big on music. It's just, I was out last night and it was just an incredible sight to watch.
Yes, out last night for your birthday, Steph. I hope you had a wonderful day yesterday. Tell us about Blur achieving one of their ambitions.
Well, you know, Stephen and Anne were very much in the era of bands reuniting, and one of the bands that people have been looking forward to seeing back on stage is Blur. And this weekend at Wembley Stadium, they're going to be performing to a crowd of up to 140,000 people over the space of today and tomorrow. So, you know, for Blur, this is a very big achievement for them, because they've been together as a band for about 35 years. So to be performing in Wembley Stadium is something that's been a bucket list moment for them. And Damon Albarn said it's like one of his greatest achievements. And he said they're very honoured. It's been quite good to see Blur come back together, because, you know, when you think about the 90s, they were just one of the bands that most people loved. It was either, you know, Oasis or Blur. But now they're coming back with some new music as well, which will be quite interesting for fans who are going to the concert this weekend.
Oh.
And then what about Britney Spears hitting herself in the face? What was going on?
This is one of the most awkward showbiz stories of the whole week. Britney Spears had an awkward encounter in Las Vegas with a rising NBA star called Victor Wembanyama. Apparently, she was a great fan of his and she wanted to go up to him to congratulate him. He was surrounded by his security. Apparently, Britney snuck up behind him, and obviously the security was doing his job, but Britney got hit in the face. She filed a report to the police and she put it on social media saying it was a traumatic experience that the security guard had hit her in the face. Las Vegas police have watched the video, and it turns out actually Britney hit herself in the face. So it's quite embarrassing, because it's very much a he said, she said, but the video doesn't lie, and it does turn out that Britney, I don't know if she had a moment of error of judgment in that moment, but, you know, for someone high profile like Britney Spears, she should know, you know, if you're in the limelight, you're always going to be surrounded by your security, and clearly the security guard didn't know it was Britney Spears, so it's a bit of an embarrassing moment for Britney.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Got to be said. Steph, we're going to leave you for now, but we'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
But
Oh, bless you. She's gone. This is Breakfast on GB News. Let's have a look at the weather for you this weekend.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales, and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England, and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss, so some places won't see much at all, some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast, but behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, plenty of sunny spells actually by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England, and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day, though, across the board.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of July. Today, how can we control our borders? The Home Office has reportedly drawn up an emergency migration brake, but Liz Truss rejected it.
And it's been 500 days since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. When will we see the end of it?
More than £1 million has been raised after the Prince of Wales competed in a charity polo match this weekend. We'll get the latest from our royal correspondent.
And our Don't Kill Cash campaign is going strong, with nearly 180,000 backers. We'll explain how you can add your voice.
And, of course, you want to know what your weather's going to be like this weekend.
I've got the full details on the heat, the humidity and the thundery breakdown in today's weather forecast.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, we've opened a can of worms with first cars.
Yes.
Haven't we? And all this because Ford Fiestas are stopping production. The last one's rolling off this weekend after 50 years. What are they going to do with the very last one? They can't just sell it.
Well, it
They
would
must
be worth,
keep it
it'd be worth a pretty penny, actually. It should go up for auction somewhere.
But they're very good as a first car, a Fiesta.
Yeah, they always were.
Clive says, my first car was a Ford Cortina, dark green with a black vinyl roof. I was 19, in the army and on leave from Germany. 300 quid it cost. He drove it back to Germany.
The Ford Cortina was popular for the same sort of reason as the Fiesta, wasn't it? It was just, I don't know, almost everybody had one at some point. Heather in Orpington says, my first car was a Mini Metro too, for which I was massively teased by the other girls in the office. I was never sure why. It was flame red. It also had a choke, which I never knew how to control, so it used to cut out the traffic lights every day, much to my embarrassment. Lots of beeping from male motorists.
Oh, no, you must have left your choke out then, so that'd be burning even more fuel.
Yeah, because the choke released more fuel into the mix just to try and
more
get
air
going if it was a difficult start. But yes, if you left the choke out, you flooded the engine, didn't you?
Yeah. Cyril. Hi, Cyril. My first car was a 1958 Ford Popular. Popular? Oh, not heard of that.
Yeah, Ford Popular was... well, that was one of those very old black ones, wasn't it? It looked a bit like a small taxi.
I don't know. Anyway, no heater, no radio, rod brakes, semaphore indicators.
Oh,
my
yes,
parents
I remember
had
those.
that.
They used to do that.
They used to pop up the sides, yeah. Vacuum wipers. I don't know. And a 6-volt battery system in black.
There you are, black.
Not a fun car by any means, but went on honeymoon to Devon from the Midlands in it, and it was very reliable.
I think my parents had a Ford Popular, and it had a bench seat in the back. You know, the front seats were normal car seats, but in the back it was just like one bench seat, and it lifted up, and you could put your buckets and spades and all suitcases and things in the back. Yeah. It was rock hard, that seat in the back, but it was really, really cool because that's where you put all your buckets and spades.
I quite like the idea. I know my parents' first car had the little indicators that popped up out the side.
Oh, they were lovely.
And it'd be really cool to see cars do that now.
Yeah, at high speed, I don't think. Going down the M5 or something, I
suppose your Ford Popular didn't go very quickly, Cyril. Top speed of 50 miles an hour or something.
That brings up another question, because David in Norfolk brings this up. He says his first car in 1989 was a blued Ford Fiesta, 950cc. I passed my test after 6 weeks, second time, and this first car cost me £995. Isn't it true that most men always had to take the test twice to pass it?
Is it? I didn't.
You passed first time?
Yeah.
It was always, certainly amongst all my girlfriends particularly, we all thought that girls passed first time and boys always take more than once to pass. Sorry.
Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
I find it's true.
Give over. All right, come on then.
No,
GB Views.
More women pass first time than men.
I don't believe that. There's got to be an official statistic page somewhere on that one. I'm going to Google it.
All right.
No, I passed first time.
All right, really, I think you were the exception rather than the rule.
Oh, I would be, yeah. So tell me, Pollard in the gallery?
Our director is... He says he passed first time, but, you know...
Yeah.
He says a lot of things.
That's true. We never take any notice of him. All right, well, look, keep your thoughts on that one coming through. You've opened a can of worms.
Yeah, that really is, isn't it? Sorry about that. True, though.
Well, look, talking of cans of worms that have been opened and leaks and things over this. It depends what you make of this. I don't know. Tory MPs are apparently demanding the Prime Minister revives a radical blueprint to cut immigration, not just illegal immigration, but all immigration. It was binned by his predecessor, Liz Truss.
Yeah, the proposals were drawn up by the Home Office, and they included an emergency brake on visas and capping some entry routes. Number 10 has already suggested now that Rishi Sunak was unaware of these plans.
Well, earlier we spoke to former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall.
Always need to have a battle plan when it comes to what you can do with borders, what you can do with security. So I'm not surprised. What I am surprised about is Liz Truss refusing to look at it and binning the proposal entirely. Now, there are problems with it. It depends what entry routes you want to cap. It depends what visas you're going after, whether you're going to increase fees. So to see what impact it has, you need to see the detail of what you've got coming through. The one thing it doesn't do is put the boat crossings into context, because that is irregular migration. So it really depends what you want your immigration system to be, what vacancies you have, and what you're actually trying to do. Because if all you're after is bringing down a headline figure, then that's the way. But if you want to make your immigration system sustainable for the future, then you need to think it through better.
Well, the suggestion from what has been leaked already is that it was just that. It was a proposal that would simply cut figures in order to be in line with the Tories' 2019 election promises, and wouldn't actually have looked at the illegal crossings at all. Is that how you understand it?
Yeah, that's exactly how I understand it. It's cutting a headline figure, which is great for a manifesto promise, but it's not going to do much else to bring your immigration down or make the system any better and any more sustainable. So I think that it really depends what you're doing. And at the moment, it just looks like you're trying to win headlines. It's trying to bring a figure down, which is not meaningful. You can do this, but you're going to hit sectors which are already hard hit, such as the care sector, such as the seasonal sector and fruit pickers, for example. And those are the areas that we desperately need people. So I don't really understand why this is coming back through again. I think it's a really easy win for people, but also it's not going to solve your immediate problem of what we've seen with people crossing the channel and making those really dangerous boat trips. So it's one of the things that the Home Office does. It comes up with a fighting plan each time, and ministers have to look at it, and you also have to then get Treasury buy-in, which I think is probably why Liz Truss dismissed it in the first place, because the Treasury would be having kittens over the amount of money we would lose as a country.
Yeah, but OK, so, I mean, looking back to Liz Truss's time with this one, but the problem we've got here is that looking to the present and the immediate future, Rishi Sunak doesn't seem to be getting anywhere at the moment with cutting down on the boat crossings, which, of course, was one of his 5 promises.
Well, I think it was always going to be a promise that was doomed to fail, and I think I've spoken with you both before on this. It is a very broad promise to make. To stop boat crossings is practically impossible. You need to look at the root cause of the migration, which is due mainly to conflicts within the Middle Eastern area and the amount of people on the move. So look at those organised crime gangs, look at the reasons why people are moving, and then you'll have the battleground that you wish to pick a fight with. But you're going to need international buy-in. And the one thing that we don't have is any agreements with the EU 27 countries for returns. So it's all very well to say that you're going to remove people quickly, but where are you sending them to? Rwanda hasn't worked and is unlikely to work. You have no returns agreements other than with Albania. So unless you start moving that problem forward, then you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, but sorry, Anne, I was just going to say, but we had when we were in the EU, we had return agreements, and that didn't seem to, France still didn't want to take them back.
It doesn't necessarily mean France. I can remember from my time at the Home Office, a lot of people were flagged up because they had claimed asylum elsewhere. And if it had taken too long in Hungary or Germany, for example, then we could see that they'd made that application and we would return them to those countries because that's where their application was live.
I'd be interested if you've got a view on that. Let us know this morning. If you've got a view on driving tests, Anne, anything to say on that one?
Well, a brief Google proves that maybe I'm not got it right. I wasn't going to say I'm wrong. But, yeah, all right.
It's interesting. I'm looking at the DVLA figures from 2007 right through till now, and the pass rate is higher for men than women.
Yeah, but on the second go.
No. Well, yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily work that way. But it's interesting because there are more females, women, taking the test than men.
That's interesting.
But our pass rate is verging towards the 50%. And the women's is sort of 41, 42, 43%. So there you go.
I'm still not convinced. I mean, you can say anything with statistics.
Figures don't lie.
No, they do.
No.
It's the interpretation of figures that can be wrong. Well, what do you think? Back me up here. GBNews.uk.
In the meantime, you've got to put your money where your mouth is. Are we going to have any money? Any cash, at least. The GB News Don't Kill Cash campaign is trying to save cash, not stop digitalisation, because it works, it's useful, but to make sure cash is still around for those people who need it, who find it convenient, who don't like the other way of doing things. Anyway, we've got...
So scan that QR code
yes.
with the camera on your phone and you'll get directed to a page where you can actually join in and sign the petition if you want.
Yeah, or go to gbnews.com/cash.
Linda has emailed in about that.
Oh, yeah.
She says, I tried to pay cash for 4 Cornish pasties yesterday in Newquay. £18, but I was told card only. The reason given was that there were no banks in the town. The same thing happened when we tried to buy ice creams at a beach cafe near Falmouth.
Yeah.
Comes to something when you can't use cash to buy an ice cream.
What? Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But, I mean, that's the thing, I think, isn't it, that we were saying yesterday. It's a lot of it is down to the banks. You know, if there are...
They're disappearing from our high streets.
You can't expect businesses to then be driving half an hour to go and deposit the day's takings. So that may be why a lot of it's happening. So we need banks. Do you need banks? You want people to talk to.
More cash.
Anyway, get in touch and have your say by signing the petition, and it could well make a difference. Politicians are listening, I can tell you that much on that one.
Now, today, can you believe it's 500 days since Russia launched their invasion of Ukraine? It's a very bleak milestone, really, isn't it, for a conflict with no end currently in sight?
Well, there have been some developments, haven't there? Ukraine and Western allies hope an ambitious counter-offensive launched last month can liberate Russian-occupied areas. But we've had on this news then, haven't we, about President Biden saying he's going to supply...
Ukraine with cluster munitions.
Yeah, these cluster ones, which are... they're not illegal in Russia or Ukraine or the United States. 100 countries have said they're illegal. They're
certainly frowned upon, very controversial. We're joined in the studio now by Robert Fox, defence editor at the Evening Standard. What do you make of what's just happened with President Biden announcing this?
They're running out of artillery ammunition, and that's what they've got. The Americans can't keep up with the supply requirements of the more advanced conventional artillery. And the same is true for the most of Europe. What they have got lots and lots of, hundreds of thousands of rounds, is these cluster munitions.
What are they? What do they do?
They're quite... they were quite a standard armament. British artillery was configured to fire them, and they were prepared. What happens is the shell leaves the gun and then bursts into up to 200, 300 bomblets. That's what they look like. When I saw them hanging in trees in Croatia and in Bosnia, where they were used frequently, they were called little bells. And the awful thing is that when they land, they do look like a child's toy, and children play with them, and they go off.
They go off.
And that is a particularly ugly side of it. You're absolutely right. It's come into the anti-mine convention. Russia has been using both. There have been a lot of mines in Ukraine, and it's what's holding up a lot of the advance at the moment. And this is the problem where the two sides of the argument aren't meeting. I'm absolutely with the people, Princess Diana, the Ottawa Convention against landmines. But if you don't care and you just fight to win, you're going to use things like that. And it's very, very difficult to work your way around that, and very difficult to enforce against the people who really do use them.
So it's like scattering lots of little landmines?
Yeah.
But the problem is, doesn't America say that the ones they use have a failure rate of under 2.5%? But that's 2 or 3 bomblets per 100.
That's right.
And if there's 300 or 400 going in a single explosion...
And some of them are expired, but what it's for, as you could see, as they've shown, is to stop a possible Russian counteroffensive as they get out of their positions. I won't say that the counteroffensive is at a stalemate, but in modern terms it looks very like it. They've got to come up with something new to drive it forward.
Has President Zelensky been asking for these weapons?
He's been asking for anything he can
Anything.
get. Which is the problem, is that the real shock for the West is that they haven't prepared for this kind of thing at all. They're running out of stuff. And that will come up at the NATO summit next week in Vilnius. And what they will be looking at, they'll be looking at several things. The membership of NATO by Sweden, possible future membership way down the line for Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, but they won't be practical. There'll be a row about that. There will be a row because they don't want them in, because they would be protected by Article 5, one for all for one, one's attacked and we have to defend.
Yeah.
And actually you can't join when you're in a state of war. But, sorry to be theological about it, it's Article 3 which is going to be really important. Article 3 is saying all members of the alliance, you can't just sign on the dotted line. You've got to be prepared to do things. You must be able to defend, to deter and prevent emergencies as they arrive. And they're going to say right across the piece, you're not really ready for this, particularly if this war goes on, which I think it will. I think there will still be conflict in 500 days, hence, but not the way it is now.
So amidst all of this, I mean, it seems like the only way of actually sorting this out is to sort out Putin, in a sense, or sort out the Moscow side. This whole thought that he'd been undermined by Wagner, well, that almost seems to have disappeared a little, dissipated anyway.
Well, you've used the right word, not dissipate, but disappear. I mean, nobody knows where anybody is at the moment. I think we just about know where Putin is, but Prigozhin, the leader of Wagner, has gone off the radar in the last few days, and he'd been very gabby up to that point, particularly whatever that demonstration or Big Willie virility contest. That's really what it was. I don't think he was aiming to take over anything. But the thing that has emerged since then is how Putin relies on these private militias. I mean, all these things, these fantasy movies that you see, which are actually based on the late Middle Ages. The late Middle Ages were all private armies. The British Army didn't really exist until way after the Civil War, and there were gangs of thugs, of warlords, and that is what you're looking at. Yes, you do have a military. Yes, you do have that. But Gazprom, the big oil and gas company, huge, has its own private army.
What?
Mr.
Really?
Shoigu has... We've heard all about Wagner, but we haven't heard about Mr. Shoigu, the defence minister's Patriots. And there's another one, and they all interlink, and goodness knows what is really going on. And that's why there is a sense of inertia. This is what the Ukrainians are up against. What are they going to do? Are they just going to pour hundreds of thousands of Russians into Ukraine? It looks as if they will, because Western Russia, these are the poshos in Moscow and St. Petersburg, really don't seem to care. And so that's what Putin is doing. It's a very, very grim view until people around the edges, and they're very big edges, like India, but above all China, says, look, oi, you're upsetting things far too much. You're upsetting our relations. People think about China, America. It's actually China and Europe, which is almost as important. They're deeply embedded in the European economy and so on. And I think that we will get to some form of talking within a matter of weeks, but it will be talking that is likely to go on for a very long time.
So when you say, then, there'll still be conflict, but not as we know it in 500 days, what do you expect to see?
Gangsters. It's going to be the modern gangster war, and that's why we have to be careful about our pipelines, our communications, or even our food supply lines, but above all, energy, communication, cyber, because that's the bit that I think government and opposition in this country really haven't sold. We are under threat. What does threat mean? And I don't want to say, you know, that people are going to come off with Russian snow on their boots and land on Dover Beach. No, I'm not talking about invasion or anything like that. But we're under threat by forces that really wish the UK and its allies, however you cut the alliance, but it's NATO, it's our relationship with America. Yes, it is very important. Our relationship with the Pacific, which is terribly important, and they're out to do that down. Quite what end product they want, except the sort of primitive 19th century imperial world of the Tsars, I don't know. And that's the thing that's so grim about Russia. There's very little vision of a life-enhancing future in what Mr. Putin is saying.
I also worried about, and I think we all did several hundred days ago, that sooner or later the idea of Putin's national responsibility to his population would tick in. In other words, Russian mothers would start to get very angry that their sons were coming home in body bags. But if you're saying it comes down to gangster warfare, they don't care, do they?
This is the thing. And what we have to look at, Anne, is the 10 years in Afghanistan, 79 to 89, where the mothers did count for a bit. But there are people that have really looked into this, like Roddy Braithwaite, the former British ambassador to Moscow, who wrote a brilliant book called Afghanistan about the Afghan veterans. And it's that's another underworld. They know each other, they feel that they were dealt with miserably, but it's a huge, huge country where, you know, the communication is thin, and that plays to the Tsar's advantage. This is the thing that's so sad, I think, about Putin. Putin is a continuation of the Tsars and Stalin.
Look, we've got to leave it there, Robert.
Yeah.
Good to see you. As always. I
I
think you will. Yeah,
totally.
probably tomorrow morning, I should think. It's a bit of a depressing picture, isn't it? But we'll keep you up to date with what is going on there. In the meantime, let's tell you what's happening with the weather today.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales, and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England, and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England, and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day, though, across the board.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
7:28, morning to you. It's time to catch up with all the latest sports news with Aidan McGee, who's not full of joyful news. Morning, Aidan.
Morning, how are you?
Well, we're all right, but...
No, I was watching
you were not happy with Andy Murray, were you?
No, well, I'm just heartbroken for him. But it was a difficult one to watch because he was up against Tsitsipas, who is brilliant as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, he's world number fourth seed, actually, in this tournament. He's been to Grand Slam finals. I just think there were shades of... Do you remember Tim Henman and Goran Ivanisevic back in 2001 with the rain break?
Yeah.
Really affected Tim Henman.
He changed everything.
He talks, but he reflects on that, Tim Henman, and says, that was my year to win the Grand Slam. Now, this is different, slightly different because it's much earlier in the tournament, but Andy Murray should really have been given the opportunity, I believe, on Thursday night to finish off Tsitsipas. Yeah, it was the curfew that did for him. Lots of speculation around, or lots of conjecture around whether the local residents should just for 2 weeks a year just give up on the curfew.
Especially
it's easy
if they
to say.
close the roof, that would keep most.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. That was the whole point of the roof. We could play until whenever we wanted. But look, he's been rebuilt. He's almost the bionic man. He's got a metal hip. When you play the way he does and you move and you have to change the directions, it's so intensive on the joints. That's what caused the injury the other night. It didn't look quite as fresh yesterday, I didn't feel. And to somebody who's, 12 years younger, he's going to seize those opportunities. You're going to move Andy Murray around the court, and it eventually did for him. But, 5 sets, though, over 2 days. What a performance. I actually think he's writing an extra chapter to his history, really, his epilogue almost, because, you think of all the Grand Slams, the Wimbledon in 2013, 2016, US Open 2012, Olympic gold medal 2012, all the great things, all the time he spent as world number one as well. And I just think that a lot of more recent fans will remember just his determination to carry on fighting. He's not doing it for the money. He's 36 years old. He thinks now it might be his last Wimbledon.
Yeah, but his mind may change when he goes away for a bit.
Well, he said the feeling of losing, it hurt yesterday, but then it always did. It hurt when he was 19, 20.
Oh, you must be trained in losing as much as you're trained in winning.
You have to learn how to lose, but hugely disappointing. Yeah. Elsewhere, disappointing day for Great Britain contenders as well. Cam Norrie, bad defeat for him, really. Chris Eubanks beat him, significantly ranked a lot lower than him in the world ranking. Eubanks, yeah, he's 6'7",
isn't he?
He is 6'7", 27 years old. He moves like Federer.
That's confusing, isn't it?
It is a little bit, yeah. He delivered a knockout yesterday on the court.
He certainly did, yeah.
And then obviously we saw Liam Brody as well, who lost to the Canadian 26th seed Denis Shapovalov. So that was a disappointment for him.
What's to look forward to today?
Big day for Katie Bolter.
She's on today.
Absolutely, yeah. 4:45. Obviously, time subject to change depending on the schedule. But she's up against Elena Rybakina, who was the
champ.
She's the champion. She's also the Australian Open finalist. So if she can come past that and get into the fourth round, that would be brilliant. That would put the wind in her sails, and then, who knows, you could go even further.
Yeah, maybe. What's going on with the Ashes then?
Well, look,
I don't know what to be more depressed about.
Well, not really. I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's in the balance. I mean, look, they had that momentum in a way from the injustice that happened last Sunday at Lords with Johnny Bairstow leaving the wicket, the controversy over his dismissal. We then go to Headingley. We're meant to have this raucous crowd, which we got, but then the home favourite Joe Root was out second ball. Then we had a situation where, Moeen Ali came... Oh, no, Ben Stokes hit a knock of 80, which was absolutely wonderful. Now, the totals are lower because the wicket is lively, it favours the bowler. And we got Australia out for 237 when Moeen Ali came in. But the key this morning is going to be dismissing that partnership of Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, and then after that, it'll be tearing through the tail. But it does, Australia leading by 42 runs. I'll tell you something interesting, right? I don't think there's much between these two sides, even though Australia lead by 2-0. It's about dropped catches. No, seriously, it's about dropped catches. It's that profligacy out in the field. They've dropped 15 catches over the series so far. That would have given us an extra that cost us 444 runs for Australia over 5 innings, and that was the difference. That would have been a difference in both of the first 2 tests between winning and losing. If you don't sort yourself out in the field, you're going to lose matches, as simple as that. And today, as I say, underway from 11 o'clock, but it's going to be about the bowling action. It's going to be about dismissing that partnership, and who knows after that. And we need it. We need England to win here because the series has been fantastic. We don't want to be going to Old Trafford and then to Lord's playing dead rubbers. We want this to go on as long as possible. And I actually think it's overshadowed Wimbledon a little bit because, and that's I do a little bit.
Might have for you.
I do.
Me.
It was empty seats though. That's what that.
I know. I mean, that was what was so astonishing. One of the first times I ever went to Wimbledon, and I was sitting there thoroughly enjoying it. And then friends of mine who'd come with me from TV World, they snuck off and they went back to the hospitality tent and started watching the cricket. I couldn't believe it.
Really?
Yeah. And I noticed there were quite a few empty seats there.
Yes.
And that would be people who are doing the same.
Yeah, although I do know people who queued on Thursday and weren't able to get in. So, so you know, it depends on the day. It's Middle Saturday today. That tends to be a good, raucous crowd.
Nowadays, you could watch both, couldn't you? You'd be watching the Wimbledon.
I know.
And looking down on your mobile phone to the cricket.
You wouldn't know when to cheer.
Multi-screening.
Multi-screening.
A word on Edwin van der Sar as well, legendary Manchester United goalkeeper. He was in Croatia yesterday. He stood down as the sporting director at Ajax last May. He seemed to be travelling in Croatia yesterday, suffered a bleed on the brain. He's in hospital in intensive care. Ajax say they're going to update us as soon as they have more news. But as I say, 130 caps for Holland, 4 Premier League titles for Man United, Champions League for Ajax and Man United, 3 finals as well. A legend of the game, and we're hoping that that he will come through that.
Yeah, we are. 52, no age at all.
Indeed.
Before you go, what was your first car?
First car, this is controversial, 1995 Nissan Micra Hollywood. It came with a car phone, but the controversy is that I didn't pass my test and didn't pass my test for another 12 years. So I never actually drove it apart from...
Why would you buy a car before you passed your test?
I was just feeling confident. It was a problem for me, driving. It really was. I was a nervous driver. It really was difficult. I didn't pass until April the 24th, 2007. And then my first car...
You drive a lot now, don't you?
I do. My first car then was Toyota Yaris. But I can remember Warner Brothers cars, a Mini Metro, Fiesta, Popular Splash, E-Reg 1987, younger brother, Ford KA 1999. 2 years free insurance.
Ford KA.
Ford KA.
Oh, they're awful.
They were terribly popular.
They were
everywhere.
You mentioned the Morrises and the Austins and stuff. My mum and dad were loyal to that brand. Four Minis,
a lot of us were.
Metro, Maestro, 2 Marinas. The only ones we didn't have were the Montego, as you mentioned in the break, and the remember. I don't know if any of the viewers remember the Morris Ital.
Morris Ital.
One of the worst cars ever made, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There were quite a few of those.
No, we had a Montego.
We went through it. Yeah, Montego's a good car.
Yeah, I liked Montego.
Nothing like the Metro, though.
It's always big. It felt beefy, the Montego.
Very beefy, a bit heavy.
The registration for that one was A690 WON.
WON.
Because people thought we'd won it.
Yeah.
Like on Bullseye or something, because it said 1 on it.
I always wanted ANN1E.
Annie.
Yeah, it never came up, and it's why, because Princess Anne got it, apparently.
Oh, did she?
Oh, right.
Oh, right.
Be worth a fortune, that one.
Yeah, there is a D1 XON.
D1
Is there?
XON. Is there?
Yeah.
A few quid, wouldn't it?
But yeah, someone's got it. I mean,
but isn't that just inviting somebody to, scrape their coin along the... What do you call it?
Probably.
Yeah, to vandalise your car.
Keying your car.
A very noticeable registration.
Probably. But yeah, it'd be worth hundreds of thousands of pounds. That'd be worth
Well,
buying a car.
Yeah. Yes, much more.
Aidan, thank you very much. See you later on. We've got the papers heading our way very shortly. This is Breakfast. world's going mad with your cars. I tell you.
This will get you going, right? The bubble car. It just got us... It's Pauline in Leon Solent. Hi, Pauline. Says, our first car was a bubble car. It was turquoise. Steering wheel on the front door and no reverse. Great fun, but a bit troublesome if you park too near a wall.
Yeah, the whole front of the car opened. That was the only door.
The steering wheel was on the door and the whole thing opened to get out. How weird. And apparently they have not been made for many years, but there is a company in Germany who's just rolling them off the production line now. New ones. They're going to be all electric, yeah.
Could be popular. They look blooming awful.
They look awful, but
yeah.
Maybe we should all be driving much smaller cars.
Maybe. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on that. gbviews@gbnews.com. Let's have a look at the papers. The Mail has revealed, talking of cars, there are more electric car chargers in Westminster than 6 major cities in the Midlands and the North combined.
Ooh, ouch, not a good look. The Guardian leads with a worrying story. New research has found that more than a third of foods labelled as vegan do actually contain animal products.
The Express reports that a series of MPs have warned the Prime Minister to move on from talking down Brexit.
And on page 12 of The Telegraph, there's a devastating picture of a collapsed house in Lviv. 5 people have died after another Russian attack on apartments there.
OK, let's go through some of those with writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth and broadcaster and podcast host Sean McDonald. Morning to you both.
Morning.
Both. Sean, let's start with The Mirror. Should we look at Fiona Phillips?
Yeah, this is a shame. Well-known TV favourite, Fiona Phillips, has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, I think actually about 18 months ago, but she's only gone public recently, and she's been inundated with well wishes. She's only 62, so it's very young, and it's something that both her mother and father experienced and then both died from. Probably a lot of trepidation and worry for the poor women, but I think it's great.
It's affected so many members of her family, I think an uncle as well.
Really?
And somebody else's brother, I think. Yes, it's haunted her family.
Yeah, there's fresh drug hope. There's a drug that's been approved in America. It is called lecanemab. I think that's maybe how you're pronouncing it. It basically works by reversing pathological changes in the brain, and it finds and removes build-ups of a toxic protein called amyloid. I think Alzheimer's and dementia is something that impacts so many people. You know, I know people, I see it sort of daily, what it's like, and it is a real shame. I hope moving forward that we're able to find something that can help stop, reverse, or, I don't know, at some point just eradicate it.
Oh, that would be the hope. That would be the hope.
She's on a drugs trial now. She doesn't know whether she's taking the drug or the placebo.
Interesting,
but
that,
she
yeah.
is on the drugs trial.
Very interesting. I think it's great that she's come out. One of the main points she's made is that she said that her mother lives with a shame of it and a sort of embarrassment and didn't want people knowing. It's not your fault. I think it's great that she's taken that stance, and I'm glad to see that people are responding very supportively and warmly to her.
She's a lovely, lovely lady.
Let's have a look at the Mail, Candice. And this, we've just mentioned it there. Electric car chargers. Fine if you live in Westminster. Anywhere else in the country, you've had it.
Yes, yeah. So the Mail's reporting that London has a much greater number of charging points for electric cars. It has just over 2,000, whereas in Birmingham, Sheffield, Leeds, Manchester, they have about 1,500 combined. And that's such a problem because, I mean, I know people who have electric cars who live in the north, and they say you can arrive at a charging point and it's offline. There's not another one for miles, and so people are getting range anxiety, and they don't want to buy an electric car because it's such a mission.
I'll tell you what, 2,000 in London doesn't sound a lot, though.
I know, but I think that they're also a lot closer together. Like where I live, for instance, there's loads. I mean, you can charge your car overnight. There's plenty around. You don't have to even think about it. And by 2030, obviously, we're going to make this big switch over. So the grid really needs to be up to scratch.
But if you charge your car overnight, I mean, aren't you taking up a charger there that somebody else could be wanting later on in the evening or something?
But it'll take that long to charge it.
Does it take that long to charge?
Yeah, and it's residential. It's in a residential area. So, I mean, it's where you park anyway. It's nearby where you live. So it's very, very, very
convenient. I didn't know you could turn up and find them offline.
Yes,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I know somebody that has an electric car, and once a week I see her on Instagram lamenting either nowhere to charge or she doesn't have enough range to get anywhere. So I really don't see how this is feasible by 2030, that we will have this changeover.
Yes,
I just don't see it.
Who knows what we're going to do in terms of charging points and in terms of battery life, which is the key. There's a bigger range.
Yeah.
They're really going to be working on it, because think of all the big manufacturers. You know, regardless your Fords, all that, but your Mercedes, your BMWs, your Jaguars, they're all going to have to be producing cars that are going to work.
I only recently just learned, because I was always saying, why can't it just charge as it moves? And it's because it's unable to cool. So they're going to have to come up with that technology. Like a normal engine can have coolant running through it and allow it to keep going, whereas this has to stop. It has to cool down. So that seems to be the first barrier. But I just don't see how. I really just don't see that we'll get to there by 2030. Like, I hope I'm wrong. Well, I don't know if I hope I'm wrong, actually. I don't know how I feel about it.
I've got a hybrid which charges as it moves, but it's a petrol hybrid.
Yeah.
So it takes petrol as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether you can have an electric car, no petrol, but still able to have coolant.
As far as I'm aware, no, but I could be wrong. But it's just because I thought I heard it the other day. And
it would be sensible.
That answers that,
I mean,
that sort of answer.
That'd be your perfect solution, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll come up with it. They're clever people working in these things.
Yeah. Put a solar panel on your roof.
Might be the way to do it. What's this in the Times, Sean, about safeguarding the next generation online?
Yeah, so we've got the online safety bill, which is currently in the House of Lords, and it's basically, they're saying that there has to be AI-driven technologies to verify or estimate age in order to protect children. So this is AI that can identify the age of someone from their voice, and it has been certified for use in the UK to protect children from online harms. There's obviously an omnipotence about the internet. Kids are going to... It's everywhere, it permeates all society. They've got a phone in their hands. There have to be ways to protect kids from whether it's pornographic content, dangerous content such as accessing stuff with regards to eating disorders, suicide, you name it. Most online services currently require users to self-verify their age. It's kind of like when you watch iPlayer and it says, do you have a TV licence? Has anyone ever clicked no?
No.
So you're never going to grass yourself in. There's a Portuguese company that's come up with tools that can identify a child by the way they use a mouse and a keyboard, which is very fascinating.
How many have mice and
Yeah, true.
I mean, most children just are on their phones.
That's true, yeah. That's true. When was the last time you used a mouse, actually?
A long time ago.
Yeah, because you're just using your laptop. Because I think it is very relevant, though. Like, TikTok were recently fined £12.7 million because they were found to have, like, I don't know if it was in the millions of under-13s, which is against their own terms of service, using the app. So I think definitely a positive step, because obviously with the proliferation of AI, and, you know, the kids younger and younger. There's a baby in my family. We gave him the phone, and he's like that pinching the picture. That creeped me.
It's very intuitive.
That's some Black Mirror stuff.
Wow.
Very. But I think with pornography, we know now that children are accessing it at a younger and a younger age. So if we could have more strict verification, if this AI is reliable as they say it is, I think that's a very important one.
But you can get voice changes, can't you? Really easily.
That's the thing, it catches up.
Well, talk about voice changers. There's a video that's circulating right now, and it's Martin Lewis.
Oh, that's...
And it's a deep fake of him giving some terrible advice in order to lure people in. That's some terrifying stuff.
That is scary, actually.
Yeah.
Because it does...
You can be recorded saying something you never said.
Yeah.
I'm not like into being a very draconian state or sort of a dystopia, but honest to God, I would say if you're found creating that stuff, you need to throw the book at people, because that could ruin lives, create wars, destroy societies.
Oh, yeah, no, it really could. I mean, you're going to reach a point where you're just not going to be able to believe anything that you see.
I know.
Which is worrying. How about not believing a packet if it says it's got the food is vegan?
Yes.
It's in The Guardian, there's going to be uproar.
Yeah. So this is actually quite worrying, though, if you have allergies. So The Guardian is reporting a story that inspectors from Kent and Hampshire, food inspectors, they found that a third of products that say, vegan products that say they don't contain egg and dairy, they contain traces of it. And that I know people who have egg allergies, and I mean, they're paranoid about what they eat. They have to inspect everything. So this is actually pretty dangerous. I think these things need a lot more scrutiny than they're getting.
Well, What do we mean by traces?
There's just like just slight bits of egg and dairy in them.
Can that be enough to trigger like a reaction?
If you have a serious egg allergy...
But if you're that ill, when you probably shouldn't be buying stuff that's already pre-packaged anyhow.
This is the thing, but then there was that case a few years ago with that girl with a nut allergy who bought a sandwich at the airport because it said it was nut-free, and then she
died on the plane.
Yeah, she went into anaphylactic shock.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, is that how you have to live your life, though? Like, not trusting? I suppose you do, right?
If you have these sort of serious allergies, I never know quite what to make of it all. I mean, I've never heard of a serious egg allergy before.
Yeah, I know some...
Nut allergies didn't exist when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was just like... So I think we need to start looking at why are these things happening.
So
do we need to start giving children eggs and nuts from a very early age? And
Maybe, yeah, because, I mean, I gave my children... I didn't even know that you weren't supposed to give them peanut butter until they were 6 months old, and I gave it to them when they were younger, and now they're saying, no, it's good, they should be exposed to it, it's actually important.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Every day's a school day, I didn't know that. So, well, you can prevent allergies by having exposure to certain foods?
Yes.
Ah, interesting.
The immune system's developing.
Give them a couple of eggs
But, I mean,
and
you're
peanut
quite
butter.
right. You can't help but think, 30-odd years ago, you never heard of peanut allergies or anything that bad.
Well, I've heard it's because they try to... in schools, they try to protect children who had nut allergies by not giving anyone peanut butter, but then that's had the opposite of effect. Then no one gets exposed to nuts, and it sort of exacerbates the problem.
Take your baby to the pub and get it a packet of dry roasted.
Well, exactly. Oh.
Do you not like dry roasted?
Oh, I love dry roasted.
So do I.
Not baby, though.
Oh. Sit outside.
Yeah.
A family-friendly pub.
Best bit of dry roast is when you get to the bottom of the pack.
And it's all the dust.
It's the dust. You should be able to
That's
buy...
all chemical, that dust, isn't it?
I don't know. You should be able to...
It's good, though, I love it.
You should be able to buy packs of dry roasted peanut dust.
Are we allowed to, like, say any dry roasted peanut company names in the hope that they send us something?
That's very niche, like something
like
that
that?
you could do that someone would like, actually. Like, just like the little dust at the bottom, salty dust.
I would buy that.
Yeah, me too.
By the crate
It'd be very bad for you, because it's nothing but chemicals.
Tasty.
Colourings.
Anyway, on that lovely note, we've got to leave it. Sean, Candice, thank you very much indeed. See you a little bit later on. Now, more than £1 million has been raised after the Prince of Wales completed in a charity polo match this week.
Yeah, Prince William scored 2 goals and was presented with a trophy by his wife, the Princess of Wales. Our royal correspondent Cameron Walker has the details.
The Prince of Polo. Wealthy donors and invited guests watched the future king carefully control his horse, scoring 2 winning goals for his team. Despite supporting his father in Edinburgh on Wednesday, the Prince of Wales is back here in Windsor raising money for charity. More than £1 million has been raised for organisations close to the Prince and Princess of Wales. 9 charities will share the fortune between them. Louise Ellis from Baby Basics, which supports new mothers and families, explains how the money will help.
Events like this help us to actually not just manage the day-to-day, but to plan and think about the future. So for us, we want to develop and grow as a charity, and that's not just in terms of growing the number of centres that we have, but how do we future-proof and resource and equip ourselves to meet the changing needs of those families across the UK.
The Princess of Wales champions the importance of early childhood development and launched her Shaping Us campaign earlier this year. Her Royal Highness watched her husband from the sidelines. As a former air ambulance pilot, Prince William wanted to support Wales Air Ambulance. The charity's boss, Sue Barnes, explains the Prince's connection.
His Royal Highness is one of our own. So he is a HEMS pilot. He flew many missions for our colleagues in East Anglia. And so it's fantastic to have a royal patron who truly understands the work that we do.
Since the Prince first played in the Royal Charity Polo Cup in 2006, over £11 million has been raised for charity. Thursday's match has taken the total to £12 million. A cheer when William and Kate kissed on the field. The Princess presented William with a trophy alongside other players from the winning team. But with an extra £1 million raised for charity, it appears there are many more winners. Cameron Walker, GB News, Windsor.
No wonder they're smiling.
It's interesting, actually, that he's played polo in public again, because he hasn't done that for a long time.
No. Oh, he didn't want to fall off. Anyway, that's another story. Let's see what the weather's going to do for you today.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today, thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day though across the board.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of July. Today, how can we control our border? The Home Office had reportedly drawn up an emergency migration break plan, but Liz Truss rejected it.
The energy regulator Ofgem has recorded a significant rise in households cut off from supplies by their prepayment meters. Has the cost of living crisis gotten out of control?
Thousands across the UK are expected to take part in parkruns for the NHS to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the health service. We're going to be live at one of the events shortly.
And our Don't Kill Cash campaign is going strong with nearly 180,000 backers. We'll explain how you can add your voice to it.
And importantly, of course, what's the weather going to do this weekend?
I've got the full details on the heat, the humidity and the thundery breakdown in today's weather forecast.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Hundreds and hundreds of emails about your first cars. And I'll tell you what I think is interesting with it, is it doesn't evoke some nice memories of your first... It's your first sort of proper taste of freedom and all that sort of thing. Steph in Bristol says, my son's first car was an XR2. Fancy.
One you had?
No, I didn't have it, but they were the proper boy racer cars. The XR2s. They're very fancy. At the time, I was driving an orange Mini, and I'd always drive my son's car at the drop of a hat and ponce about in it. I bet you would. Love it.
Yeah, you show off if you feel you've got a car that says something about you, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or you just get to love a car that's reliable, I suppose. Carolyn says, my first car was a Reliant Robin van. I bought it for £50 and sold it 6 months later for £50. I was able to drive it on L plates, and I say it was the reason I passed my test first time. You could drive a Reliant Robin on L plates, could you?
Oh, probably. Yeah.
There were things that you could, weren't there?
Yeah, yes. I mean, Reliant Robins, whether they're a good car or a bad car, I just don't know. But after Only Fools and Horses,
yeah,
that just...
But they had a very tiny engine. I suppose that's why you could drive it on L plates.
Yeah. Jussie in Greenwich says, I was given a Simca by my uncle. It was a nightmare.
I remember the Simca.
Do you? I don't know that one. It was the size of a bus, massive steering wheel, and looked like a Mr. Magoo car. I'd never heard of the make, so embarrassingly obvious. I didn't have it for long.
It was another one of those very chunky, very squarish sort of...
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
oh, well, they're familiar cars.
Yes.
Which is interesting because... Brian says, because look at that, they all look quite sort of ugly.
Yeah, I would say
now.
ugly, yeah.
But you see, Brian says there are no ugly 1960s cars.
That's because that's what I was saying earlier.
They just all look so different. Today, they're all the same shape and so boring.
I know what you mean.
Fashion.
Yeah, there are some shapes better than others, but they are very, very much the same shape. They're quite boxy and angular now, aren't they?
Mm.
Yeah. Oh.
There you go.
Oh, Russ says, have you done Russ's one? Yeah.
No.
Did you do it? I thought you read out a Russ. Russ says, mine was an Austin Healey 100, which I bought from Ginger McCain, who was Red Rum's trainer.
Oh, wow.
Well, £100 from him.
There you go.
Gosh,
100 quid well spent, I should think.
Red Rum's trainer.
And if you have any particularly fond memories of your first car... we're talking about all of this because Ford Fiestas are coming to the end of their run. Last one comes off the production line this weekend. 50 years since the first one. Of course, they've all changed and developed over the years, but Ford are stopping it. Yeah. I think it seems a bit of a shame because many people's first car was a Fiesta.
I wonder why they're stopping rather than just, re-energising, redesigning.
It's just, I don't know. But, well, it must be due to sales. That's it.
Well,
sales
yes,
must be
if sales were still good, they'd keep it going. Wouldn't they?
So it must be down to sales.
Maybe it's just the name as well. People think, oh, Ford Fiesta, that's not very special.
No, reinvent it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so keep your thoughts coming through on that. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, Tory MPs are demanding the Prime Minister revives a radical blueprint to cut immigration, which was apparently looked at and binned by his predecessor, Liz Truss.
Yeah, proposals drawn up by the Home Office included an emergency break on visas and capping some entry routes. Number 10 has suggested that Rishi Sunak was unaware of the plans.
Well, joining us now is our senior political commentator, Nigel Nelson. Very good morning to you, Nigel. What do you think of this news that there was this plan to fundamentally try and cut back the numbers on net migration, but Liz Truss didn't like it?
Well, I mean, I understand that the plan would have been put forward, that government departments are often asked to model different plans, and that's what they do. So this was just another of those. I do understand why Liz Truss didn't go ahead with it in the same way that nor would Rishi Sunak. The problem with the plan is that it's the knock-on effects. It's not that it wouldn't work. It would cut immigration. But say, for instance, you decided to restrict the number of visas coming through for care workers, the knock-on effect would be to further paralyse the NHS. I've written a piece for GBNews.com on this very subject. And what would happen is you've got in many wards in the country, 1 in 3 beds are filled by people who should really be in a care home. And they can't leave hospital because there's nowhere for them to go. Now, the trouble with the adult care sector is that 1 in 10 positions there are now unfilled. So that is what has contributed to the problem. The way to solve that is to bring in foreign care workers. So if you don't do that, the NHS would suffer.
Yeah, but could you... this idea of capping migration doesn't mean stopping migration altogether. You just bring in those people you would need, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, they do actually have that. The system we've got at the moment is a shortage occupation list. Care workers are on that list, and the idea then is that you make it easier for those people to come in because they're the workers we need. So the system is there, but we actually need an awful lot of people for instance, the care sector. Take the agricultural sector. Now, we actually need seasonal workers, especially this time of year, to pick fruit. The employers can pay foreign workers 20% less than they would their British counterparts. They can't get enough workers, and as a result of that, food inflation is 8% higher than it needs to be because we can't get those cheap workers in from abroad. So these are the knock-on effects. If you want to control immigration, fine, but you will pay for it elsewhere.
I guess, I mean, we're told that Rishi Sunak wasn't even aware of this Home Office idea, but I doubt he'd be that interested anyway at the moment because he's got a bigger problem with illegal migration, hasn't he?
Yes, and that's something that he needs to actually get a grip of. Rwanda is very unlikely to work, even if the planes ever take off, which is obviously in doubt. What he should be doing there is that he should be employing more people to cut the backlog of asylum claims. He should be getting proper returns agreements with EU countries that we lost through Brexit, and the most important of all is to change the system where people can only claim asylum when they arrive in this country. If they could claim asylum abroad, that would stop the draw of them coming across the channel.
I mean, it seems like a pretty simple solution. To be perfectly honest, Nigel, you get these asylum centres, away from our shores, then doesn't that ultimately not solve the problem in its entirety, but it goes a long way?
Yes, well, it does. I mean, I think that you would certainly cut down on channel crossings because there'd be no point in them. But the problem is you can't do all these things instantly. It requires international agreement. So to be able to do that, we'd have to be able to set up safe and legal routes for people to come here so they could then claim asylum abroad. Now, where it did work very well was when we took in 20,000 Syrians who were made homeless by the civil war there. Now, what we did was we took them from United Nations settlement camps to come to this country. That would be a good way of actually dealing with the overall asylum system, that people would gravitate to a proper refugee camp and then apply for asylum. But it's not something that can happen overnight. You need international agreement for that, and it would take a while to actually put into place. So there's no kind of instant solution to the problem.
Nevertheless, facing the next general election, Rishi Sunak can't avoid the fact that in 2019, Boris Johnson made a pledge to reduce net migration, and it has fantastically not happened.
No, completely backfired. And this is a problem with trying to put caps on it. I mean, David Cameron said that he could reduce it to the tens of thousands. And both of these targets are just completely pointless, as is Rishi Sunak's promise to stop the boats. It's one of his 5 key pledges that we're meant to judge him by the end of the year. And I can never understand why he made such an absolute pledge, which was going to be impossible to meet.
Well, yeah, he must have had a plan in the offing. He wouldn't have just said it. He must have had a scheme. You just wonder what that scheme was and what's happened to it, which is, I'm afraid, what we still need to hear, don't we?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if he did have a plan, he hasn't told us what it is. And I know that there were many Home Office officials who had their head in their hands when he made the pledge, because it quite clearly was never going to be met. I mean, some of the other ones probably will be met, that we will probably reduce debt, there will probably be some economic growth. Inflation's a bit of a problem. He's unlikely to halve that by the end of the year. But that's the danger of making promises before you have a proper plan in place. And certainly that's the situation with immigration. There isn't a proper plan in place.
OK, Nigel, we better leave it there for now, because sadly, we're not coming up with any of the answers. But then again, it's not our job, is it? But good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
I think the whole problem of illegal and legal migration, and whether there should be caps on those numbers, is going to be the headache of the 21st century, probably, isn't it, for our politicians?
Could well be. Anyway, if you've got any magical answers, let us know, because you never know who's listening. Now, the cost of living crisis is continuing. Well, we don't need to be told that, do we? But the regulator Ofgem, that deals with energy, has recorded a significant rise in households who've been cut off for their energy supplies through the use of prepayment meters.
Yes, Ofgem says that these households simply didn't have enough money to top up, and so they sort of self-disconnected. That's what it's called, anyway. Currently, about half of all prepaid customers have smart meters. Yeah, OK, let's talk to the former Energy and Climate Change Secretary, Chris Huhne. Good to see you this morning. I mean, this is hugely disturbing, isn't it? The bottom line is, if people run out of money, the energy stops. That can't be allowed to continue, can it?
Well, it's really shocking, actually, because it's not just Ofgem finding that there's been an increase in the number of people being cut off. The actual numbers are unbelievably high. So last year, Citizens Advice found that 3 million households were cut off at some point during the year on prepayment meters. And part of the answer to this was meant to be smart meters, which, of course, you can have either as a prepayment meter or if you're paying on credit. And then you'd be able to manage your energy more carefully. But that doesn't seem to be working if Ofgem, and Ofgem obviously is right to report that more and more people are finding themselves without the money to be able to continue their energy supply. Now, you know, this time of year, that's perhaps a little less important, but when it comes to December, January, February, this is potentially a disaster in the waiting.
And it's a bit too cute, isn't it, to call it self-disconnection, which is what I gather the industry does, and maybe the political people. They call it self-disconnection, but basically it's because you just don't have enough money to feed the meter, and so you get cut off. And you can be cut off for, well, apparently there was a huge amount of people cut off for more than 3 hours. And they're not self-disconnecting because they want to. It's because they don't have the money, and something's got to be done about that. It feels very cruel to suddenly have no electricity because you literally don't have the money to put in the meter.
Yeah, I think it's a basic human need that you need to have enough energy to heat your home, to cook, to ensure that you can have a reasonable standard of living in a society like ours. And the reality is that what the energy companies have done historically is if someone can't afford to pay on their credit arrangements, then they get bumped over to a prepayment meter, and they have to pay up front. And that's about 15% of households now. So we're not talking about small numbers, but there's a double whammy here, because if the energy companies bump you over to a prepayment meter, it actually costs more than it does on your credit account. So these are, you're being really hit two ways, and the squeeze on people when you've had such big high food inflation, the squeeze on people at the bottom end of the income scale who are struggling to make ends meet is really acute.
But how do we balance that out? Because it all sounds like common sense. Well, we can't allow people to run out of energy. But if they're being provided with energy for free, even if it was just for some basic things, which is ultimately what we're talking about, well, that's got to be A, paid for by someone, and B, it's got to be monitored so only people who are actually in that position are claiming that benefit.
Yes, absolutely. You can't go handing taxpayers' money out for nothing, and it's absolutely crucial that you target it on the people who really need it. But let's take one step back and look at the sources of this problem, because you can get energy use down very dramatically. So, for example, between 1971 and 2005, we got energy use down per household by 37% a year. So that was pretty dramatic. Now, we had an enormous energy saving program to make our homes less leaky, to be able to save energy, which was introduced with the coalition government in 2010, and began to really retrofit serious energy saving measures. That was unfortunately scrapped by the Conservative government in the subsequent general election, when they got a majority in 2015 by George Osborne, in fact. Now, if we'd continued with that, we now know from studies we would have had energy bills 25% less than we now have, at least. And it would be technically possible to have had energy bills half of what they were. Now, that was an unbelievably short-sighted thing to do. Lots of rather silly backbenchers saying, no, we mustn't continue with this, it's adding to costs. Well, boy, we certainly would have added to costs then in a very minor way. But by not doing it, we've massively added to costs. So the government has got to stop being short-termist about energy-saving measures. We have the leakiest, worst old housing stock in Europe. And if we can get that much better, which we can easily over time, and we need to build up the people with the skills to help us do that, then we can get energy bills down and make people much, much more secure. So, I'm afraid that sounds slightly Irish. I'm saying we shouldn't be starting from here, but we shouldn't have scrapped that scheme. And if we'd continued it, the Treasury would be a lot better off. Taxpayers would be looking at a lot lower subsidy than they've had to fork out over the last couple of years in order to get people through this energy crisis. And I'm worried about what's coming up next winter.
Well, that's it. We're talking in July, and this coming winter, things are going to get worse because if we don't do something. And could any of the schemes you've mentioned, could anything be done in time to help people come this winter?
Well, there is. Our neighbours on the continent in Europe set a target to save gas, for example, by 15% last year, and they managed to get gas demand down by 17% in 1 year. That's using a whole load of different measures, including some sensible timing and guidance about how to cut down on energy use. We only managed to get our energy demand down last year by 7%. So we could do nearly 3 times better if the government took a more active role in encouraging people to save energy in this crisis. And that would help everybody. The obvious things, which are very cheap, no regrets, make sure you've got enough lagging in your roof space, make sure that you're trying to deal with seals around doors, pump up a balloon in any chimney stacks that you've got so that you're not losing heat through the chimney place. I mean, there are a lot of really cheap, quick things that you can do. But if we want to handle this for the long term, we've got to ensure that our very old housing stock, which dates back, a lot of it, to before the First World War, actually has enough insulation. And that requires a big programme which can't be done in time for this winter. But we mustn't be so short-termist ever again.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's a pretty valid point. Look, really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. It is, I'll tell you what we're getting, and we've had some momentum on the government from this, but we really need to start pushing, is when we say, right, enough is enough, we need to start future planning now.
Long-term thinking.
Even if, for our politicians' sake, it's not going to benefit them in the polls. Which is some of it.
We've got to start it now, haven't we? We've got to joined up thinking, and we've got to do a bit of personal thinking, like an information campaign to tell us all, each individual household personally, what have you thought of doing this? Have you thought of doing that? Plus government national action, such as the sort he was talking about.
Because it's interesting. A lot of us would think. I'm sure a lot of you watching and listening would say, "Well, we don't need to be told that. It's common sense." It's not common sense for everybody, is it?
No, and I think you need to be reminded. And also, I mean, if there were a public information campaign that said, just as our interviewee did yesterday, that there are certain things you can get free.
Yes.
There are, you know, if you had a list, a leaflet through the door, maybe, or an advisor to come around and tell you this is what you could be thinking of, and actually this is how to apply for a grant, or maybe even get it done free.
Yeah.
And it would make it would add up.
That's things like your cavity wall insulation and your loft insulation.
Yeah.
Not saying you're guaranteed to get it for free, but certainly some people are eligible.
You need to know how to apply for it, don't you?
But you get it through your energy company.
Yeah.
Get them to pay for it.
Yeah.
Or
and
at least,
apparently they do.
Yeah. Well, for some people, and that's, you know, if you're one of those people, well, great stuff.
Get it done. It could help your bills.
Talking of all things money-wise, of course, we've got our Don't Kill Cash campaign up and running at the moment. It's all about saying, not that, you know, cash should be king for everyone, but it's that we shouldn't get rid of it entirely, because some people absolutely rely on it. If you think that's the case, you can join in. Go to gbnews.com/cash, or you can just scan that QR code on your screen now and add your name to the list. 180,000 or thereabouts at the moment.
That's brilliant.
Have done that. It's a really good figure. So get involved in that. It's just about trying to get that message through, I think, that, you know, and I keep saying I'm someone who doesn't use cash, but it should be there for people who want to use it, rather than being forced towards an entirely digital way of doing transactions.
Well, let us know if you agree by signing the petition. Please do.
Anyway, don't go anywhere, because we've got the sport with Aidan very shortly, but first, let's see what the weather's going to do for you.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales, and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England, and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England, and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day, though, across the board.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
8:28, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now it's time for today's sport, and of course I was enjoying a bit of Wimbledon yesterday. We forgot, Aidan McGee's here, we forgot to mention Djokovic yesterday.
We did, yeah. He was involved. Well, look, he was quite clinical last night, actually. He was up against Stan Wawrinka. He's been a Slam Wawrinka because he only performed in the Grand Slams. He didn't play much in between, but he had an impeccable record of getting to every final and winning. And Djokovic was the victim in 2 of those. And it was a bit of a sore point for Djokovic because he was regarded as a bit of a nemesis. And he was the only player that Djokovic had never beaten in a Grand Slam. But it happened last night in 3 sets. Wawrinka looking every inch the player he was, even though he was 38. He said before the match he had no hope of beating Djokovic. He turned out to be quite correct. So that was Djokovic safely through. And it looks now, given
the score, how
it was straight sets.
Oh dear.
It was straight sets. Yeah, but it was a decent game. Stan Wawrinka looked good. I mean, a lot of people hadn't seen him for ages. Hadn't seen him for like 2 or 3 years.
You'd normally expect him to get through to the second week, though, Wawrinka, wouldn't you?
Well, you would, but possibly not on grass. He wasn't really a grass court player. He's better on hard. He's better on clay. But it looks now as if it's beginning to open up the draw. It's a good chance we'll see the guy we mentioned last week, Carlos Alcaraz, the Spanish 20-year-old, lost to Djokovic in the semi-final of the French. They're in different sides of the draw. It's possible they could meet.
They're going to be in the final, aren't they?
Possibly. I think that's the one we want to see. Because I'm a little bit worried about tennis at the moment. I think it's still a good watch, but I just wonder whether you look at 2 or 3 years ago, we had the top 4 still going strong. Federer won Wimbledon as recently as 5 years ago, and now he's departed the scene. I just think that we're seeing decent players coming through, but have they got the same personality? Can they draw crowds? Can they play?
Oh, I think so.
Well, they will do. They'll get the attention. Mind you, Murray's out. He's finished now, isn't he?
Well, he thinks it could be his last Wimbledon. The defeat was very much hurting, and it was the break the other night that did for him, really. In my view.
Keep a smile on your face.
How dare you suggest I was smiling?
You mustn't smile just because...
No impressions this week, right?
Oh, no.
So, look, he went out on Thursday evening. He was done by the curfew at Wimbledon, which means they have to stop play by a certain point in the evening. But it was 2 sets to love up, very much in the ascendancy. And when you're playing a guy who's the 4th seed and 24 years, 12 years younger, exactly. I think you've got to take your chances then. And when he came back yesterday, suffering the after effects of the injury, and he's almost been rebuilt. He's got a metal hip, and when you can play. If that an injury happened to Roger Federer, he probably could have worn it out a little bit longer. But when you're so dependent on movement,
he wasn't. I mean, Federer was never plagued with injury, though, was he?
No, he was very lucky. He had a few more later in his career, a few back problems, but that wasn't until his mid-30s. I mean, you're not going to. We are entering an era now where we're seeing the men's players going into their mid-30s, whereas Slam winners up until probably 15 years ago, it didn't really happen much beyond the age of 28,
bow
29.
out at the top. So I don't understand with these people. They linger on.
What makes them a champion is the drive. They can't stop the drive.
I'll tell you what's different. The prize money has gone up. If you look at what Federer's overall winnings on court actually look quite modest compared to Djokovic because
really?
I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Federer more than made his money off the court, but with endorsements, etc. But the actual prize money for winning a Grand Slam has gone up something like 3-fold in the last 10 years. And so his prize pot, Djokovic, he's the highest earning player on the tour right now. And why would you stop? Because after that, your earning potential goes down a great deal. We spoke about it last year, didn't we, when Boris Becker went to prison, how his earnings dropped, and that was the beginning of the end for him.
Was there any truth in the story about Boris Becker and the horses?
No, go on, tell me.
Sorry, what? This is one I haven't heard.
Boris Becker...
Did it involve a broom cupboard, did it?
Well, no. Boris Becker, apparently, if you own horses or race horses, which he did, you have to pay tax on them.
Right.
And as we all know now, his tax affairs were somewhat questionable.
They were.
For which he has served time in jail.
Yeah.
And apparently, when the tax inspector came round to ask him about this, he hid his horses in his bedroom.
Oh, it's in the paper.
It was in the papers.
It'd be nice to have a bedroom that's big enough, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yes, and presumably on the ground floor. But I don't know the truth of it. It's just made huge headlines. I thought, can that be true?
I'm not sure. Look, he's glad
doing
he's out.
commentary now.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things we spoke
from a bar
about.
in Spain or something.
That's one of the things we spoke about. Would he be able to return? He hasn't returned to the BBC like frontline commentary, but he's one of those voices it'd take a while to silence, wouldn't it?
He's doing sort of TikTok commentary or something like that at the moment.
From a bar?
Yeah, from a bar in Spain.
Says it all. Says it all. Can we talk about the under-21s?
Yeah, they're in action tonight. First time since 1984 that our under-21s have reached the European Championship. Well, no, they've reached the final before, but it's the first time they could win it for the first time since 1984. Some great names in there. Anthony Gordon of Newcastle, previously Everton, Emil Smith-Rowe, Arsenal, Morgan Gibbs-White at Nottingham Forest, Harvey Elliott at Liverpool, and led, of course, by Lee Carsley, the former Republic of Ireland midfielder. So very much an English guy, though, in my view, when you hear him speak. And so from the Midlands. But yeah, a chance to go to distance tonight. They're playing against Spain at 5:30 in Georgia, and it'll be a great. It'll be good for Gareth Southgate because he believes that the team should play the way the first team plays, and there should be a pathway. He genuinely believes that there are half a dozen people here, or players here, who could play for England in the first team in the next couple of years. And that's good for continuity because we don't want it to be a flash in the pan, the recent success England have had. We want there to be a pathway through to the first team.
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. Good luck to them.
Oh, by the way, the Boris Becker story is on the GB News website.
Is it?
His horses in his bedroom.
In frantic bid to keep them secret from debt collectors.
I'm trying to think of a horse pun. There's loads of them, but I can't think of a appropriate one.
I have to say, that's according to his ex-wife.
Ah, well, you know.
But there you go. I'll find out more.
Yeah.
I'll read it on the GB News website.
Anyway, Aidan, thank you.
Nice to see you.
We've got all the stories making the newspapers very, very shortly. This is Breakfast on GB News. It's 8:38. Morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Right, let's go through the papers now. With us is Sean MacDonald, broadcaster and writer and podcast host, of course, and Candice Holdsworth, writer and commentator. And we're starting, Sean, with you, actually, and this very sad story of a British tourist who's been killed in Greece.
Yeah, a 19-year-old Scottish guy, Ryan Bennett, sadly killed in Zakynthos. His friend escaped with minor injuries, but I think he has sustained serious injuries, which sadly
What sort of crash was it?
Sorry, it's a quad bike crash. I should have said. Now, the reason I highlighted this, I mean, first of all, condolences and thoughts to his friends and family. It must be a horrendous time. There'll be a lot of people that are going on holiday this summer, a lot of young people. And road safety issues are a massive problem, especially over in islands like Greece. I have to say, toxicological tests are still to be conducted, but both of these young men were wearing helmets. It seems that they've lost control around about 2:30.
Did you say they were wearing?
No, they were wearing helmets. Yeah. So they're still taking the correct measures that you would expect in order to prevent such a thing, but sadly it's not been enough.
Sometimes you do things on holiday that you would never do in normal life.
Yeah. I think this is the thing. I mean, quad bikes, I don't know if they're more difficult to control
I think so.
They really are. And
they don't have roll bars and things.
No, when you have an accident on a quad bike, you can be very badly.
There's a road safety campaigner in Greece has basically said they look steady because they've got four wheels, but it's very easy for the weight to transfer and for injuries. And, sadly, I don't think this will be the only case of this that we hear. It seems to just be every summer. You would hope that people would take care, but just sad news.
Yeah, tell you what, if you're going to think of things like that as well, you need to look at your travel insurance.
Oh, yes, you do.
I've just been filling out a load of forms for travel insurance, and they ask you, are you going to do any unusual sports or holiday activities? And I don't think you always think of it at the time, because you're on holiday, you're sitting on the beach, somebody's parasailing past you, and you think, oh, I'd love a go at that. Yeah. You don't actually think whether or not you'd be covered for that under your insurance.
It's a great point about insurance. Again, it's something I would like to highlight to people. It costs maybe £5, £10 before you go, and it's peace of mind. Anything could go wrong.
Yeah.
Might cost you a £5 or a £10.
Yeah. You say as you get older, it gets more expensive.
But it's still worth doing.
I was on a beach in the Caribbean, and there was this wonderful zip wire going on.
Oh, yeah.
People were having a fantastic time.
Yeah,
and I very nearly did. I really very nearly did. But I never thought for a minute that, hey, that could, if something went wrong with my insurance could be completely negated.
Yeah.
Trying to get home after, being or having to be hospitalised could be really awful.
Yeah.
You need to think of things like that.
You've got to be careful.
Have you ever done anything naughty and silly on holiday?
Don't think so.
I don't mean naughty, I mean, irresponsible.
I don't think so. No, but we went jet skiing last year.
To even that, you wonder
does
whether
that count for anything? I don't know. I never thought
Could be. I mean, if you fall off. I fell off a banana boat, really hurt myself. I always err on the side of caution. I'm actually quite boring. I just tend not to do things. But I remember it's like hitting concrete when you fall out of it, because you're flying at such a speed.
And they turn around and come back for you.
Yeah, but they're aiming to throw you off. And obviously you've got the life jacket. But you're like, wow, that was sore.
Yeah. Even that's you never think until you get to it. No. Have you ever done anything dangerous on holiday?
Well, my mum, I don't know what it is, but she's so risk-averse when it comes to stuff like that. So quad bikes, she absolutely hated them. Like, we were not allowed to go on them as children. And I sometimes wonder if it was during her upbringing in the 70s and you had all those public service announcements about everything that could possibly go wrong if you let your kids. And she's been very shaped by that. Yeah. She's always, got these, scenarios in her mind. If this happens, then that happens, then that could happen. I'm like, Mum, that sequence of events is never, ever, ever going to take place.
No,
I was in Cyprus, and they were doing parasailing, where you start on the boat, then you go up and then you come down again. They were doing that, and I'd done that before, and I took my 2 toddlers up with me.
Wow.
Did you?
And a week later, in exactly the same place, 2 young men were killed doing exactly that, because the boat didn't turn fast enough, and they, on their parachute, got dragged into the cliff.
Oh, no.
Just everybody stay at the pool, just relax, take it easy, come home safe.
You still want to do things, but I think you just need to check your insurance before you go.
Yeah, just think it through.
Tick every box.
Anyway, let's have a look at birth trauma in the Times, Candice.
Well, this is actually quite personal to me. When I read this, I thought, Yes, finally, someone's looking at this. So the Conservative MP, Theo Clark, she recently gave birth and she had such a terrible experience with her postpartum care. She had been given, I think, a spinal tap, which is what I had as well, which paralyses you from the chest down. And when she pressed the call button for the nurse to come and help her, the nurse said, "Not my baby, not my problem."
What?
Because she hadn't read the notes. And the same thing happened to me when I gave birth.
Not my baby, not my problem.
Didn't say that, but she didn't say that to me, the nurse, but she told me off. She said, "All the women here have had cesareans. You haven't. I'm not here to help you." And I said, "I'm paralysed from the chest down. I can't lift the baby. I need your help." And then she suddenly changed. She was like, "Oh, yeah, you had a cesarean." That is such a common experience that women just get left.
That is insane.
After
I can't
giving
believe
birth.
any nurse would say that to any patient.
Yes, yes. And it happened to me, and it was at 5 o'clock in the morning. No one was around. I just had a baby, and the nurse was being terrible, and she had the exact same thing. And so she's teaming up with Rosie Duffield from Labour, because so many women say this is such a common story.
In a hospital, you get more or less abandoned.
Yes.
And if you call for a nurse, there's...
That is shocking.
Or getting told off for bleeding. I mean, there's all sorts of stories, like terrible, terrible
Told
stories.
off for bleeding?
Yeah, this was in the article. Yeah.
That is horrendous.
I cannot get my head around
I
that
find
at all.
my experience of postpartum care has been very poor. I mean, I've heard of women falling asleep with the baby because my mum said to me that it was so different when she gave birth in the 80s and the 90s. She said they used to take the baby away.
Yes, they did. They put it in the nursery.
Put it in the nursery, which is actually such a huge help when you've just given birth. You need that
Yeah, but
rest.
there was a great movement against that, you know. I know. Oh, babies should be with mother, you know, literally next to the, skin to skin.
And I can understand that, but I think it's the most vulnerable time of your life. You need help.
You were also absolutely knackered after giving birth. Let's face it.
Yeah, in France they take the baby away still, apparently, and let you sleep a bit. And we used to have the lying-in hospitals where you'd stay for a week after giving birth, so you could recover. It's all
No,
gone.
you go out the same day.
Yeah.
Wow, quick turnaround.
Yeah.
I know nothing about.
You don't want to know, honestly. It's tough.
No, we're not meant to know, Sean.
Very basic and very tough.
It is.
But you certainly... I can't believe a professional nurse would say that to anyone.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
staggering.
inexcusable.
I thought it was just me, and then when I read that, I thought, oh my goodness, so it's happening to a lot of women.
That's in the Times.
Yeah.
Right.
Frightening.
Everybody should read it.
Yeah. Sean, let's look at The Guardian, should we? And the Elle Edwards, I mean, her killer has got this, I mean, remarkable 48-year sentence.
48 years. I was saying this to Candice off air that I almost gasped at it, and for once, really delighted to see that. So for a quick recap of the story, this is Elle Edwards, 26 years old. She was out on Christmas Eve and she was shot dead by Connor Chapman, aged 23, in the Wirral. Now, he used a military-grade submachine gun and he sprayed bullets indiscriminately at a group of people because he's aiming for two targets from a rival gang. Complete disregard for human life. Went on the run. Now, his accomplice was sentenced to 9 years because he was found guilty of possession of a prohibited firearm and assisting an offender. This guy was arrested in Wales in a supermarket a couple of weeks later. 48 years, because, you know, you normally hear someone's been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 17 years, and you always think that's not
enough.
Yeah, it's not proportionate. Again, I'm not one for being, you know, completely far-right, draconian sort of police state, but I would like to see people who take lives by shooting a military-grade submachine gun jailed for the rest of their life. You should never see the light of day, I'm afraid. And then this
Well, the judge made a point of saying it's 48 years, and I want it to be 48 years.
Yeah.
But just in case you ever did get, you know, parole, you will be on licence for the rest of your life.
I mean, this guy is going to be about...
That is proper sentencing,
That
isn't
is,
it?
and it's good to see. This guy's going to be in his 70s, a half a century. He's going to be in prison, and it's not going to be enough for the family of this poor young woman that was killed. They're going to have to live through tough times, birthdays, Christmases, anniversaries.
Especially Christmas.
Yeah, I know. And it's
Even years hence, Christmas will
Christmas
always be
Eve,
a time, and
painted.
they lost her.
I just hope it's some sort of consolation and justice for them, and I think in this case, you know, my applause to the judge.
What kind of lowlife has a submachine gun?
I
Have you
know.
seen pictures of it? It's a military machine
Just
gun.
an
walked
idiot.
into a pub and just on Christmas Eve,
Yes,
annihilated.
there are no words to you know, adequately describe the revulsion that this type of thing causes. But yeah, 50 years, good.
Yeah,
Very
well,
good.
There's no sympathy there.
Nope.
Candice, let's. Should we get out our phones and compete over Threads and Twitter?
Yes.
Do a Musk and Zuckerberg.
So this is so interesting. So the FT is looking at the rivalry between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, and they've sort of been talking about having a cage fight, but we don't really know if it's actually going to happen.
That's really. I think that's really naff.
Yes, but it kind of shows what they're like, right? Like, it's like just how basic they can actually be. So, I mean, Musk is not happy about Zuckerberg launching this new rival to Twitter, Threads.
No.
He's not happy at all, and they're actually launching a legal case saying that they've copycatted it and that they've got hold of their trade secrets because apparently they've hired loads of Twitter employees.
They've denied that.
Yeah.
Did you see? Did
But
you
he
see
has
what
form on
Aldi?
that, though.
Did you see what Aldi put out on Threads? And it was basically saying Aldi and Threads are basically in the same sphere where they both tread the line between imitation and copying, like, secrets.
Yeah.
Because obviously, you know, like Aldi will sort of imitate famous products.
Yes.
And they tread the line. I think that's Twitter's Thread's defence, isn't it? That it's just treading the line.
Didn't they copy Colin the Caterpillar?
Yeah.
Which was a famous Marks and Spencer's.
Well, exactly. And you can do that. And Zuckerberg has form on this. If he sees something successful, he'll do it. So it was with the disappearing messages from Snapchat, Reels from TikTok. I mean, there was obviously all the controversy about Facebook anyway, that it was taken. It was an idea taken from 2 other people at Harvard. He's saying that he's going to make it much nicer than Twitter. It's going to be a better vibe. It's going to be like the happy vibes of Instagram. We'll see. I guess once you've learned from all the mistakes that Twitter's made, you can implement that into a new...
The issue is people have been going off Twitter for a while, but there's been nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, the issue with this is everyone's just joining Threads because it only takes 2 presses of a button if you've got an Instagram account, and suddenly there's a viable alternative.
Exactly, because Twitter won't destroy itself. Something else needs to come in and take its place.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting.
Good competition.
Well, when did you join up?
Thursday.
How many followers have you got already?
1,000.
I mean, that's huge, isn't it, straight away? And
That's been
very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's because it...
How do you interact? How do people know how to get hold of you on it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm unsure, but I think because it's linked to your Instagram, because I've got about 1,000 as well, and I was like, where are these people finding me? And I've realised that they see it on your Instagram.
Oh, do they?
And that'll be how. But now it's like the people who... Because, you know, Instagram and Twitter are 2 different representations of people, and now these 2 worlds are about to collide.
Yeah.
And it's like Twitter just sees your most unhinged sort of passive thoughts as they go, whereas Instagram is like the nice filtered photographs and stuff.
That's such a good point.
And they're about to clash.
There's a woman I know, she's a mummy blogger, and she's got such a wholesome image on Instagram. I looked at her Twitter, I was like, is that the same person? Wow. Yes.
Well,
That's interesting.
Maybe that will force it to be nicer and kinder.
I hope
Well,
so.
there's a market there if they can. Yeah.
Sean, Candice, we've got to leave it there. Good to see you both.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very
Thank
much
you.
indeed.
Now for something a bit more light-hearted then. To celebrate 75 years of our National Health Service, staff and volunteers across the country are encouraged to put on their running shoes and run for the NHS.
Yeah, it's the second time Parkrun and the NHS have worked together, with almost 200,000 people attending the one last held in 2018.
So let's go now to our GB News national reporter, Theo Kuchomba, who is live from Bath. So you're going to have a run, Theo?
Well, a very good morning to you. You might see me running in a few moments, but this weekend, particularly, they're focusing on the NHS 75th anniversary this week. Lots of people are expected here. Already some, as you might be able to see over my left shoulder, are heading towards the start line. They'll be beginning the run in about 10 minutes or so, and they're very excited. Many people come here every single week, but of course this week is particularly focused on looking at what the NHS has been doing and honouring some of their work. So now we've heard this week from Andy Murray about what he thinks about the parkrun, and this is what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Andy Murray. I'm delighted to add my support to Parkrun for the NHS, which takes place on Saturday the 8th and Sunday the 9th of July. The collaboration marks our amazing NHS's 75th birthday. Pop along to your local parkrun and join thousands of other people taking part in the free local community events. Dressing up in NHS blue or fancy dress is definitely encouraged. And importantly, you don't have to run at Parkrun. You can walk, jog, volunteer, or just watch and enjoy the atmosphere. Events are completely free, you don't need any special kit, and with more than 1,000 across the UK, there's bound to be one near you. Happy 75th birthday, NHS, and thank you to all NHS staff and volunteers for what you do. Have a great...
Well, we're kindly joined by Zoe this morning. Who's taking part in the run. Thank you so much for your time this morning. How long have you been doing this?
How long? I've been involved in parkrun for about 15 years, running most weeks, but I've volunteered quite a number of times, about just over 100 times, run directing and all sorts of other volunteer roles here at parkrun. Well, it's a nice day. We're celebrating NHS, so we're expecting maybe 1,400 runners. Normally we get well over 1,000 every week, so it should be a nice busy run today.
Brilliant. So who can take part, basically?
Who can take part? Anyone can take part. We have all sorts of people. It's one of the most inclusive events around. You'll probably see behind me there's children, dogs, people with buggies, super fast runners, and people who just fancy a walk. It's open to absolutely everyone. We have a couple of important volunteer roles called park walkers and tail walkers, which ensure that no one's last at parkrun. There's always someone who's there to walk with you or to make sure you're okay, as well as those who finish in 14 or 15 minutes, who are super speedy.
Brilliant. Finally, celebrating the NHS this week, 75th anniversary. How important is it for you?
It's really important. Luckily, I've not had to have too much experience with the NHS, but I gave birth in October 2020 to my little boy, and that was quite an experience. It was COVID, so there were many restrictions, and everyone at the maternity unit at my local hospital was just fantastic, hugely supportive in what was a really tricky time for the NHS, and the maternity units in particular. So very grateful to them, and hopefully they'll do the same in the future going forward.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time. Well, we're going to get a head start of everyone. Let's go for it.
Let's go.
Oh, there you go. I think he practiced
Jogging in a suit.
Very, very strange.
Anyway, if you're taking part
sweaty.
in a park run for the NHS today, get in touch with us and tell us where you are and what you're doing, and we can give you our best. Send you our best wishes.
We are running over time. Here's the weather.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and Northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day though across the board.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning to you, it's 9 o'clock on Saturday the 8th of July. Today, how can we control our borders? The Home Office had reportedly drawn up an emergency migration brake plan, but Liz Truss rejected it.
The average car insurance policy has topped £1,000 for the first time in 6 years. That's an average. Will the misery for motorists ever end?
Two protests over plans to house 500 asylum seekers on a barge are due to take place today. We're going to be live in Dorset with the latest.
And our Don't Kill Cash campaign is going really strong with nearly 180,000 backers. We'll explain how you can add your voice.
And, of course, you need to know what's the all-important weather doing this weekend.
I've got the full details on the heat, the humidity and the thundery breakdown in today's weather forecast.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News. I tell you what, weather-wise, yesterday was a scorcher where I am. Absolute scorcher all day, blue sky, lots of sunshine. And I got my lawnmower working.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I left my lawnmower out in the rain the other day. I was really worried.
You haven't left it out again, though, have you?
No, I did cover it last night. Good. But the grass was over a foot high in some patches because it's new turf, so it's very patchy.
Oh, right.
And it struggled, but at least I got it going. But then this morning, coming out of the door at 3 o'clock this morning to come here, absolute pelting thunder. And really big rain.
So I'm a little bit further north than you, so it was dry, but as I was driving down the M1...
That's when you hit
hit the rain and thunder. The lightning was phenomenal.
Works.
It was quite funny because everyone thought that it was the cameras on the motorway getting them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it was.
They thought they were being flashed by speed cameras.
So if you're suffering with that a little bit today, it is a guilty conscience. Mind you, I was driving in a very nice car. I've got a very nice car because I do a lot of mileage. A lot better than my first car, which was a Citroen BX off my great uncle Joe Bircher. Nice to think of Uncle Joe. Anyway, so we asked you what your first cars were because Ford Fiestas, the last one's being rolled off the production line this weekend. Bill in Wallsend says, my first car was a blue Vauxhall Viva. I remember those. WAH 349H. 100 quid in 1977.
And Darren in Weston-super-Mare says, my first car was a Citroën de Chevaux Charleston 2CV. This was the top-of-the-range model because it had an interior light and an ashtray.
Whoa!
It had a 602cc engine. That's really small. That's putt-putt. But I still managed to get a speeding ticket in it. Wow, well done you.
Oh, dear. Love all of that. David, my first car was a 59 Morris Mini. 3 years old, clapped out, but I did many really enjoyable miles in it. I mean, that's the thing. You could have a clapped-out first car.
Yes. In fact, it's almost a badge of pride for it to be very clapped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why you were so fond of them, because it is... Gosh, it was like being a grown-up suddenly.
Yeah.
And having some freedom as well. It was really good fun. The reason we're talking about this is, well, we're going to be talking about car insurance going up in a few moments, but also the fact that it is the last day today on the production line for the Ford Fiesta. After 50 years, it's the last day.
And they were, the sales must be down, otherwise why else would they do it? But they were just such a great, especially a first car.
Oh, Susan owned a Ford Fiesta. She says, the very first car I owned was an Austin Healey Sprite with frog eyes. Do you remember those? Big eyes on the front.
Yeah.
It cost about £250 and I loved it, though it was a bit temperamental at times. After that, I loved my Ford Fiesta.
I love the fact everyone's remembering their reg. Anne says, my first car was a Hillman Hunter, GEC 150G. I borrowed 85 quid from my mum to buy it, and it came with a spare offside front wing.
That's weird.
What were they expecting you to...
You can go for a prank if you want to. Yeah.
Can you imagine that, getting a car and it comes with a spare wing?
That's very unusual. Bill in Wallsend said, my first car was a blue Vauxhall Viva. I remember the Vauxhall Viva. And the reg was WAH 349H. I paid £100 for it back in 1977. You could do a trace and find out where some of these cars are.
That'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it, where some of them are now. Most of them, probably scrap tin. What am I looking for?
Scrap metal.
Scrap metal.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, probably by now a lot of them.
Well, they got very rusty, you see, didn't they? It's only modern cars that don't rust so much.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they all sprayed with anti-rust stuff now. Oh. Whereas in the olden days, your car used to fall apart from rust.
They had no heating. I remember your driving coats and driving gloves and all that.
Yes, because there was no heating.
And blankets in the car and all that.
And some cars used to get so rust, because they got rusty from underneath a lot, that, you know, they had holes in the floor.
Yeah.
And it was only the carpet that stopped you falling through sometimes.
So some things have changed
I'm
for the
glad
better.
cars have got better, yeah.
Yes.
Although I'm annoyed about modern cars. If something goes wrong, it's a computer system that now has to be checked.
Yeah.
You know, you don't really know what it is. It flashes a little warning.
No, but that's quite good, though.
Yeah, but it means it's very expensive taking it to a garage that can then do a computer check on it.
Plug it in and tell you exactly what's gone wrong. So I quite like that. But anyway.
Oh, well. Anyway.
Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.com. We've waffled on long enough. Let's tell you about our main story this morning. Tory MPs demanding the Prime Minister revives a radical blueprint to cut immigration, which was binned by Liz Truss.
Proposals were drawn up by the Home Office, and they included an emergency brake on visas and capping some entry routes. Number 10 has suggested that Rishi Sunak was totally unaware of these plans.
Well, let's talk now to Kevin Schofield, political editor at HuffPost UK. Morning to you, Kevin. Look,
Morning.
Is there a fair question to be asked here that if this was something that Liz Truss as Prime Minister decided wasn't workable, seems very unlikely Rishi Sunak's going to buy it?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Rishi Sunak is under a lot of pressure to keep the manifesto promise that Boris Johnson made in 2019. Now, obviously, Rishi Sunak wasn't the Prime Minister at the time, although he was a very senior member of the cabinet, and that was to bring down net migration from around about 230,000 as it was at the time. Now, the most recent stats put it at 606,000. Now, you don't need to be a maths genius to work out that it's going to be incredibly difficult to bring that down by 400,000 between now and the general election. So Rishi Sunak is coming under a lot of pressure. Now, on the one hand, he's got those on the right of the party saying, look, you've got to take radical measures to stop people coming into the country if you're going to have any hope of meeting this manifesto commitment. But on the other side, he's got people like Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, who are saying, well, look, the economy needs immigrants to come in and do the jobs that British people just either can't or won't do. So if we were to cut off that supply of workers, then that would further damage the economy at a time when the economy is already in a pretty precarious position. So he's on the horns of a real dilemma right now, Rishi Sunak.
You get the feeling, don't you, that politically over the next, well, goodness knows how many years, immigration, if it wasn't already big, is going to be their biggest headache, both legal and illegal immigration.
Well, yeah, well, that's right. I mean, Rishi Sunak, obviously, famously, one of his 5 promises that he made to the public at the start of the year was to stop the boats carrying migrants across the Channel from France. Now, the most recent statistics again suggest that he's failing in that pledge. He's been very careful not to say when he will stop the boats by, and won't even say it will be done by the general election. But I dare say that if the boats are still coming come the general election, then the Conservatives, what little chance they've got at the moment of winning the next election, it will be reduced to zero if that were to be the case. So yeah, he's on the one hand, he's trying to reduce illegal immigration, but also, as I say, the promise, the manifesto pledge that the Tories made in 2019 was to reduce legal migration and net migration to below what it was then of £236,000. And on both barometers, he's definitely failing.
Where does this leave the Labour Party, Kevin? With, I mean, a lot of speculation, even from some very hardened Tories, that it's looking increasingly difficult for the Tories to win the next general election. Well, look, there's got to be some really solid and probably quite stringent policies on this coming from Labour, hasn't there?
Well, you would think so. I mean, they've said that they will also stop the boats, but they would do it in a different way. They say they wouldn't proceed with the Rwanda scheme, which the government is going forward with, although that's obviously run into difficulties in the courts. Labour say that they would target the smuggling gangs and work more closely with France, for instance, to try and stop it at source. But at the moment, I mean, Labour are almost gliding into power by dint of the fact that they're just not the Conservatives. I mean, there was another poll out last night which put Labour's lead at, I think, around about 26 points. And, that is despite the fact that, I think it's safe to say Labour aren't pulling up any trees. People aren't completely sold on Labour, I don't think. No one really knows at the moment exactly what a Labour government would look like, but they're benefiting from the fact that the Conservatives have been in power for a very long time. They're very unpopular, and just by not being the Conservatives, then Labour are at the moment, the opinion polls would suggest, on their way to power.
OK. Kevin, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. I think there's a lot of truth to that at the moment, isn't there? People just, it would seem, just ready for a change. You may not be one of them, of course. Get in touch either which way, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Or is it a case of better the devil you know? I don't know. And that's going to be the difficult choice, I think, for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, because it's Kevin said, you sort of get the impression we know what a Conservative Party in the next government would do. I mean, more of the same, which is a plus.
Struggle onwards.
Well, struggle onwards, yeah. But you sort of know where the land lies. Don't really know where the land lies with the Labour Party at the moment, but they are spelling it out a bit more.
Yeah, they're not saying much about migration.
No, they were quite tough on it 6-7 months ago. But again, we need to hear more, because their argument would be, well, we're not producing a manifesto yet because the election hasn't been called. But they're going to have to be, it's got to be basically in place by now.
I think for anyone in the Labour Party at the moment, they've got to, sooner or later, spell out their plans for the immigration problem. But seeing it, it's like being laid out bare at the moment in front of them, that it's almost an impossible situation for any government. So they must be really scratching their heads as to what to say about it. What to say is the Labour policy.
All we're getting with the boats issue is we're going to deal with it in a different way.
Yeah, Barry and Barton under Needwood has emailed in, hi Barry, saying, I can't understand the problem with migration. We do need essential carers to come through the legal route, but we have to stop the boats.
I mean, Don says, and you wonder if this is a bit like what the Home Office is suggesting, Don, why not stop all migration for 6 to 12 months, process all asylum seekers already here in that time? I can understand that. That does cause a bit of a black hole in some industries, though.
It will do, yes.
That's the problem. But again, you can see the sense behind it.
Just put up the barriers for a bit and say, let's just deal with the problems we've got.
And Ali in North Shields says, while we may need people for certain occupations, we don't need their extended families. Clamping down on the number of family members coming would be a start. See, I don't know how lax we are on that.
That needs processing, and we're not processing people properly. William says, no passport or ID, no entry. It's that simple.
Yeah, well...
Except it's not, is it?
No, but I tell you what, in some of these views you may think, oh, they sound a bit extreme, but you can understand you can understand why people are getting frustrated and just saying, just stop it by any which way now, because we've had enough. And that, people move to the periphery like that because not enough is actually being done. We're not seeing any action.
But if the Home Secretary was sitting here, she'd say, but that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to. And what's happening is they're being stopped at everything seems to be just grinding to a halt.
Yeah, well, who'd be a politician?
Anyway, keep your ideas coming in, please
do. Yes, do. Now, has your car insurance risen sharply since the pandemic? If so, you're not alone.
The latest data shows many drivers are facing really large increases because the average policy has now topped £1,000. That's the average policy. It's topped £1,000 for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah, can we do anything about that? Let's talk to motoring journalist and broadcaster Amanda Stretton. Amanda, good morning to you. I'm surprised at this £1,000 figure because my insurance is at the minute going down. So why is it that for an awful lot of people, those figures are really going up?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. First of all, congratulations to you, because you must be doing something right if your insurance is going down. But there are a couple of reasons why it's going up. The first of all is that insurance premiums for a long time have been sort of artificially low. What with the pandemic, people were doing much more reduced mileage, and they haven't been increasing as fast as perhaps they should have when people sort of took back to the roads, given claims and whatever. So we are expecting insurance companies over the next couple of years to post some financial losses, which of course they need to recoup via their premiums. But the other thing is just the rising costs of everything. even, and I'm going to put all the car parts, all the equipment needed to actually fix a car to one side for a minute. Even we're just going to talk about their energy costs. They're going up in some cases up to 300%. So when you imagine all the fixed costs of the people who are actually doing the work to your car going up dramatically, that is only going to be reflected in the amount of money it costs to repair your car, which is in turn going to be reflected, unfortunately, in your premium.
Yeah, but you don't seem to be able to do very much tinkering with the price either nowadays, do you? A while ago, you used to be able to say, oh, I'll go for a huge amount of excess to pay, or you would go for a third-party fire and theft instead of a comprehensive, or something like that. But nothing seems to make that much difference anymore.
Well, insurance companies are now offering policies with reduced cover. So, for example, windscreen protection. It may now not be part of your policy, whereas it was standard previously. So there are ways that insurance companies are trying to actually reduce the cover. You may still have comprehensive insurance, but the cover you're actually getting is reduced. So they're trying that. But research from Confused.com has shown that actually the biggest thing you can do to save money on your car insurance is to shop around. Most people, the vast majority of people, over half, will always auto-renew. Now, consistent data over the years has shown that if you actually shop around and find a new policy, you can almost certainly save some significant money. Now, this varies very much on geographically where you are as well, but you can carry your no claims bonuses through these days. So, people who have that misconception that staying with the same insurer protects their no claims bonus, that has gone. So, therefore, you can save money if you shop around.
Yeah, but there's always the old trick. I mean, I've got to be honest, it's what I do, is the, you get the premium through, you're not happy with it, you ring them up. You say, I'm not happy with this. This is too much. And instantly they knock a couple of £100 off it.
Do they?
Oh, yeah. Have you not done that?
That's how you've done it? No.
Yeah, you just say, I'm not happy with this. There's no reason for this to have gone up this much, or we'll reduce it. Or we can do some movement on that.
Well, this just really goes to prove the point about shopping around, because generally there will be some flexibility in a premium. Now, whether it is, as Anne was saying, tinkering with excess, or whether, as you, Stephen, are just ringing them up and saying it's not good enough, there is actually margin in there. So if you are prepared to sort of put in the legwork, whether it be by shopping around or just by calling them up, you can probably see a reduction. The big sort of factor in all of this, and the biggest losers, if you like, are the young people, because we're increasingly seeing premiums for the younger people just skyrocketing. And whereas in the past they used to be able to opt for a telematics policy where they would have a black box, what we're now seeing is that that's making a much smaller difference. So savings for them are actually really hard to come by.
Yeah. Just before we let you go, Amanda, Ford Fiestas, the end of the line. I feel quite sorry about this, and I've never even driven one.
Well, given the number of Fiestas sold, I think it's about 2.2 million in this country alone. I think everybody at some point has sort of crossed over, touched, been involved in a Ford Fiesta in some way. I had my driving lessons in one. But I think a really significant point here is this idea that it's people's first car, the idea that it's this clapped out car, and maybe it was second, third, fourth hand when you actually got it. The big thing is this was your key to independence. This is the point at which you went from being a child, you became independent and you could come and go as you please. So the Ford Fiesta was an absolutely outstanding piece of engineering. It was compact, it was small, it was, when they first came out in the 1970s, I think they were about £1,800. They were cheap. How times have changed. But unfortunately, it is a sign of the time. The factory in Germany is being repurposed to build electric SUVs. So this takes a lot of time, and therefore the Fiesta has to say farewell.
OK, what was your first car?
Oh, mine was an absolute pile of rubbish. I had a Fiat 127. It was dreadful. It really was dreadful. Yeah. It was about £400. And after 8 months, my sister and I bought it, actually. And after about 8 months, the wiring was absolutely knackered. Took it to be repaired, and it was going to be £800 to repair that. And so we decided to write it off.
Breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How many of us have been told that? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Look, Amanda, really good to see you.
After that, it was very reliable.
Oh, very nice. Good to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
How many times have you ever heard that when the garage says it would cost you, far more than it's worth just to repair that?
I know, it's a shame, isn't it?
Your heart sinks.
I'll tell you what, though, on the money, I wonder if it's the north.
You've got to explain to me what it is you do. When you ring up the insurance company and say this isn't good enough, is that because they're quoting you as a renewal?
So you get your renewal letter through, and it says, your renewal this year is going to be £1,000, for example, and last year maybe you paid 940 as a figure, and you ring them up. I just thought everyone did this. So you ring them up.
I thought you just had to go with the
So you ring them up and say, oh, I'm not happy with that. That seems too expensive. Oh, well, do you want to change anything on your policy? No, I don't, no. Oh, well, let me just have a look on the system. Oh, actually, we could do it for 820. So that ends up being cheaper than the year before.
I don't believe it. How can they justify that?
I thought everybody did that.
I will next time.
Always do that, yeah. If you don't,
I suppose you could always threaten to leave. Just say, I was just ringing up to see if you can do me a better quote. Otherwise, I'm just going to go on the comparison website and look for something better.
They want your business because you've got to be prepared to leave if you do that.
Yeah.
But no, I've always get a bit knocked off every year.
I've never thought of doing that.
Oh, there you go.
Confronting them. No.
Be a canny northern. Just ring up. You get a very nice lady on the phone. She's always very obliging, whoever that lady is.
That is astonishing. Really is.
Anyway, it's always the same lady.
But actually, now you say it, there's something else. I've been talking to a private health insurance just recently, obviously, about travel expenses because they wanted me to go into hospital for something, and I thought, well, but I can't drive, so will you pay a taxi? Oh no, we don't cover that. And then I rang again a few days later because I'd done some Googling, and they said, yes, well, we can cover up to so-and-so and so-and-so. And I thought, oh, that's good. So about a week later, when I was due to start the treatment, I then rang. I said, just want to make sure that I can claim for taxis. No, we don't do that. And I said, but so-and-so a week ago said yes. She said, well, hang on a minute, I'll get back to you. And they was right, they would cover it. But it just shows that you get different who you speak to. Are they trained to say no to everything?
It's not right, is it?
No.
It's not right. You should be given a clear answer. So push it. Push your own agenda.
Call centre. Are you trained to always be difficult and say no to start with and then give in?
Maybe.
It worries you.
No, you've got to push for what you want. Keep pushing. That's what I say. Anyway, look, we're going to take a short break just so you can have a look at your weather. Here you go.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day though across the board.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
9:29, good morning to you. Do you fancy a bit of showbiz?
Yes, what's going on? Who shall we ask?
Oh, I know. Let's go to
Who are you gonna
Rotterdam and speak to Stephanie Tetchy. She's actually out there celebrating her birthday, and she's working anyway. Morning, Steph. Look at that gorgeous apartment. I saw on Instagram last night you were giving us a tour of your apartment with your girlfriends out there. It looks fabulous.
Does look nice.
It's so fabulous. I just like all the plants in this apartment. Like the owner's even growing a lime tree as well. It just feels good for the air.
What's the weather like there at the moment?
Oh, it's so hot. So yesterday it was 28 degrees and today it's set to be 33 degrees.
Oh my goodness.
So after I do this, I'm actually going to go on a cycling tour through Rotterdam, a 3-hour one.
Oh, blimey neck.
Let's do it.
It's a hot day to do it. Mind you, if it's hot there, it's going to be quite hot in Malmo. I like Malmo, it's a great place. And it's been confirmed that Malmo's going to host Eurovision next year.
Yes, so the Eurovision, the European Broadcasting Council have announced that Malmo, which is in the south of Sweden, is going to be hosting next year's Eurovision. This is down to, of course, Loreen winning this year's Eurovision. She's won it, I think this is her second time winning it, so she made history. But the council have said they've picked Malmo again because this will be their third time hosting it, because it can, it has a capacity for fans that will be attending. Also, it has great sustainability initiatives. But I think personally this is going to be quite an easy fit for Sweden because they've hosted the Eurovision so many times. Like I think this will be their 8th time of hosting the Eurovision. So I think for them, they know what works when it comes to hosting fans of a big capacity.
Yeah, well, historically they've had some success in Eurovision in the past, haven't they? Right, we've got more then about the new Barbie movie has got another controversy about it.
I know. This has been one of the most anticipated films to come out. It's going to be coming out later on this month on the 21st. Stars Margot Robbie and also Ryan Gosling. But Vietnam have announced that they will not be releasing the film over there due to a scene in the film that depicts the 9 dash line, which is quite controversial. It's about China trying to take ownership over the South China Sea. But Warner Brothers Studios have come out in this scene. It's very cartoon-like, very comical. And they said it's not something that was meant to be like a political statement. But the National Film Evaluation Council in Vietnam says that this scene kind of takes a bit of a cheap shot at their sovereignty, which is a shame because Barbie fans have been waiting for this worldwide for this film to come out. And we know the world of Barbie tends to be quite whimsical, cartoon-like, so I don't think any offence was really meant to be taken at Vietnam over this.
Mind you, I tell you what, can't they edit it out for the Vietnamese audience? Because you get that actually a lot in films, don't you? Little bits tweaked here and there.
Yeah, I think they could have easily taken out because it's not something that's too highly offensive as we've seen in the past. Like, Islamic countries, they might, ban scenes if it's to do something of a sexual nature. But this is really tongue-in-cheek. But I think Vietnam, their film council over there, really wants to make a point about this. It's been quite a sensitive issue for them. The United Nations in 2016 ruled that the 9 dash line doesn't exist and have dismissed it. But it's something that China holds, quite close to their hearts.
And meanwhile, and this could get people very excited indeed, for the first time, Victoria Beckham is indicating that she might be willing to rejoin the Spice Girls.
Yes, that's what I really, really want because, with the Spice Girls, they work well as a 5-piece. And I think what's always stumbled them from having this big reunion is always Posh Spice, Victoria Beckham. She's always been on the fence about reuniting with the girls because she's got her fashion career. She's done really well to rebrand herself as a fashion designer. But there's been a lot of talk that Spice Girls will be headlining Glastonbury next year. And you can't have big showcase such as Glastonbury and miss Posh out of the lineup. And I think what I like about the Spice Girls is when they do a reunion, it's every couple of years. They're not trying to come back as a fully fledged band. So I think it would be good for Victoria to be part of the fold again.
Yeah, well, look, it would be a winner. It would just be a winner.
Of course it would. I have to have all of them.
Now, while you're out there, I tell you what is, and I've heard of it before, actually, the Jazz Festival out there is a huge thing. That's happening this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, so I'm here for the North Sea Jazz Festival, and the lineup is incredible. Tonight it's going to be Sir Tom Jones, who's going to be headlining. Then we also have other performers such as Lizzo and Seal. And what's been quite nice out here is that the Dutch are really passionate about jazz, and it's all age groups as well. It's not just a young festival. You've seen different ages up right into their 70s. So it's got a really nice feel about it. And even Rotterdam, I think it's been one of those music cities that doesn't really get its kudos as it should.
But Tom Jones isn't jazz, is he?
Well, there has been some, people on the lineup which has been quite questionable, because yesterday it was Stormzy. But I think what's happened is that jazz has kind of been redefined. I think a lot of artists take their inspiration from jazz and they try to incorporate it into their sound today. So it might not be jazz as we traditionally know it, but I think a lot of these people like to pay homage on stage to the genre.
Well, look, I guess if there's a little bit for everyone in there, it's got to be a good thing. I can see behind you, Steph, there seems to be bunting, there seems to be balloons. It must have been quite a party for your 22nd yesterday.
Stephen, I'm 21 again, not 22.
No, that's right.
It has been great. It's just me and two friends, and one of my friends is actually celebrating her birthday on Monday, so we're just going to keep the bunting up for the whole weekend.
Perfect.
Absolutely. It's lovely to see you enjoying yourself. Again.
Yeah. All right, see you soon, Steph. Love her.
I want to see that Barbie movie.
You see, and now
that's not something I would normally want to see, but it's beginning to sound good.
You see, when she said it's one of the most anticipated movies, which sounds ridiculous for Barbie. You see, it's all this.
See how when she gets out here, her feet are still, they're still raised up.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to see a Barbie movie? But it's.
And Ryan Gosling looking like Ken, just extraordinary. It's so weird. It might be worth watching.
Yeah.
And it's obviously good. It's hugely satirical. So maybe it's really good.
Oh, I can feel a night out coming on, Anne Diamond.
Oh, shall we go together? Yeah.
Why not?
When's it coming out?
21st, 23rd, she said, something like that.
All right, we'll organise something, because that would be fun.
Yeah, I think that might... Just a bit of a laugh. I'll do the driving, you can do the drinking.
Yeah. Oh, yes, all right, that's a good deal.
Yeah. I have my uses, you know.
Yeah. Jenny says, our first car in 1973 was a Hillman Husky. Now, I've never heard of that. A Hillman Husky.
No.
3708 PE. Oh, that was its registration, right. And my husband was a PE teacher.
Oh, very nice. Jeff says, I'm 75. My first car at 17 was a 1948 Morris 8 Series E JLV 511.
Well, there you go. People are always remembering it.
Cost me £17.
Wow. Chris says, you mentioned bubble cars earlier. As an 8 or 9-year-old kids in the late 60s, my brother and myself honed our driving skills in an old MOT-failed Isetta 4 wheeled bubble car in the field at home. It was surprisingly robust and great fun. Fancy you driving at 8 or 9.
Let me know. Louise says, my first car was a Mini which broke down regularly in the middle of London, would need bump starting.
Oh.
I once asked 2 suited gentlemen to kindly give me a push, which they did. I remember pushing a car down. It's a while since I last pushed a car. But someone up in Dalton, Bernard. Morning, Bernard. Bernard Rigg. And I don't know what it was, but that broke down.
But those early cars always did, didn't they? I mean, I had, when I was working in Bristol, which was luckily had a lot of hills in Bristol, and
Not if you were on the wrong side or what?
Well, no, you had to make sure, but that's the point. If you were
break down at the top.
If you were parking the car for the evening, for the night, you always had to make sure that you parked my car on the top of a hill, just in case you needed a hill start in the morning. It was that bad.
That was terrible. I mean, I've done that, though. And when you are actually heading down a hill with effectively no brakes, no engine, no nothing.
Brakes.
Well, they don't work so well when the engine's not going, though, do they?
Well, no, you've still got No, because they weren't powered brakes then. They were just brake brakes, weren't they? It was all... Well, I hope it was legal to do so, because I had to do it quite a few times. Roger in Hertfordshire says, my first car cost £10. Gosh, it was a 1948 Morris 10 van. That's going back. The windscreen opened on wing nuts. I remember those.
Oh.
The doors opened from the front and the accelerator pedal was in the middle between the clutch and the brake.
What?
Wow.
Now that I've never heard
Well, it
of.
was 1948. There was an inspection panel in the floor to adjust the back axle differential, and it had a starting handle.
Now that's going back.
That really is.
That's going back. Oh, no, you wouldn't want to rearrange the pedals.
But did you love it?
Probably you did. I bet you did. Isn't it funny? Happy memories.
Yeah, we've
all
got
that
some.
sort of thing.
We've got some pretty nasty memories, actually, of ladies going into labour and really not getting the care they needed from nurses in hospital. Because we were talking about that during our paper review earlier.
Yeah.
Really frightening, actually. That
Yeah.
some of your stories really nasty.
It's not good, is it? Anyway, look, still to come, lots for you, including more on our Don't Kill Our Cash campaign. Have you had your say yet on our petition? You can do so, gbnews.com/cash. Tell you more about that in a minute. This is GB News. It's 9:43. Good morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. I was a bit enthusiastic about breakfast, so I do apologise.
Breakfast.
Breakfast.
That's because you've been looking up how to get Weetabix.
Ooh.
And there's a Weetabix menu of different things you can do with Weetabix in the Star.
In the Star, because they were doing their Weetabix campaign yesterday.
Yeah.
But the best one, there's all these various recipes with Weetabix.
Now, I thought you could do lots of pies with a crispy Weetabix topping.
Yeah, which all sounds nice. But the only one that really appeals to me is basically what they call an overnight cheesecake-bix.
That sounds interesting.
Which is basically Weetabix in milk with a load of yoghurt on top.
Oh, Weetabix in milk with a load of yoghurt on top.
Yeah, and then a couple of strawberries.
Doesn't sound very cheesecakey.
No, it doesn't sound cheesecakey, but I'd give it a whirl. Sounds all right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
55p a portion,
Have a go this afternoon and bring it in the morning. We'll do a taste.
Oh, yeah, you think it'll last that long?
Well, it depends how good it is.
Anyway, to more serious matters, Portland locals continue to voice their anger at plans to house asylum seekers on their doorstep.
2 protests are taking place on the same day, with residents fearing the conditions on the migrant barge are inadequate. One community group thinks the barge might have a negative impact on the local services.
But it's the Bibby Stockholm will house 500 illegal immigrants, and it could arrive as early as this weekend.
Our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody is live from Portland this morning. Hi there, Jeff. What's it all about? And can we see it behind you? Is that what's behind you?
No, the Bibby Stockholm barge is still currently in Falmouth. It is due to come here to Portland Port any day now. The Home Office isn't telling us exactly when. They've been very, very cagey for obvious reasons, but we do know, we've heard this morning, that it is out of the dry dock in Falmouth. It is now in the wet dock, so it is preparing to make its way the 100 nautical miles along the south coast from Falmouth to Portland Port, which is where we are now. 2 protests today, as you say. The people of Portland have been very vocal in recent weeks and months. They've organised several protest picnics, and today it culminates in a big protest march. We're also expecting a counter-protest from Stand Up to Racism. That's all going to kick off around midday today, but I'm joined now very early by one of the organisers, Alex Bailey. He's the organiser of the No to the Barge campaign. Alex, you've fought a very long, vociferous campaign in recent weeks and months, haven't you? But it looks now as though there's very little chance of succeeding. It looks as though the Bibby Stockholm is on its way and it will be here shortly.
That's not the case, Jeff. There is always an opportunity, and we are hoping to grasp that opportunity. Thinking too about our officials, we are going to keep them accountable. Unfortunately, our local MP, Richard Drax, after many communications, hasn't gotten back to us. Our MP, Chris Loder, also hasn't gotten back to us, but we are going to continue to hold our elected officials accountable.
How can you hold them accountable when they're not even getting back to you?
A very good question, Jeff. We are going to continue our campaign. Open letters. We are going to talk to them in person if we can. Next week, there is an open council meeting with Dorset Council. We are going to attend. We, today, then, are going to make our voices heard, and the people of Portland, the people of Weymouth, and the people of Dorset.
Briefly, if you will, a lot of people say that you're NIMBYs, that they have to go somewhere. We have to do something to try and sort out this situation that we find ourselves in here in this country. If they don't come here, where else could they go?
As one of my campaign group, Martin Summers, shared with Patrick the other day, an island, I love that idea. Penguins galore. Also, we need to look at the source of this problem and the Home Office. Again, they had their secretive agreement with Portland Port, but really, what are they doing? What are they doing to process these asylum seekers? If only one worker is doing 4 a week, that's not enough. What resourcing is in place for them? And it needs to happen now.
And one of the big issues that you've been trying to raise awareness of is the lack of facilities, the lack of services that are in place in Portland as it is. Mm-hmm. I was talking to somebody the other day that couldn't get a GP appointment for love nor money, and suddenly these 500 extra people are going to be using the resources here that have already stretched to breaking point, aren't they?
Exactly. That's still a question that we have. We are aware that Dorset Council are going to be receiving money from the Home Office. But money doesn't win in this case. Manpower, we need the GPs, we need the infrastructure in place. Laura Beddow, Councillor Laura Beddow, shared with us the other day there will be 2 more PCSOs for the island and CCTV. That is not enough.
OK, Alex, for now, thank you very much. Well, the march kicks off here at around midday. And as I say, there's 2 marches side to side. There's the No to the Barge and there's the Stand Up to Racism. But interestingly, both those are kind of on the same side, aren't they? They're both saying that really Portland Pier, Portland Place, just isn't the right place for it.
OK, Jeff, for now, thanks very much indeed.
The trouble is, I think when it comes to it, an awful lot of people think, you know, my place isn't the right place for it.
Yeah. Anyway, now let's turn our attention to cash, should we? Cold, hard cash. There's something nice about it. The GB News Don't Kill Cash campaign is exploding with popularity. We now have more than 180,000 people who've signed our petition.
Up and down the country, people are voicing their opposition to a cashless society, or at least having it imposed on us.
Yeah, it should be there as if you want it. Surely.
Yeah, if you want to do everything by credit card, that's up to you. But if you still feel the need for cash, well, we're just about to learn.
Because it's interesting, because you sort of assume that a lot of people who want cash, maybe the older generation, who are more used to cash, don't like using cards, like to know how much money they've got in their wallet. But let's talk to someone at the other end of the spectrum, should we? Sam Monday, who's a busker from Guildford. Good to see you this morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
And it's interesting to talk to someone of a younger generation who wants cash, because obviously as a busker, that's how you get your money.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah. It's been an interesting time for busking recently, yeah.
So what have you noticed in the last couple of years?
Well, people just not carrying cash as much, so makes the job harder.
Yeah.
Sure,
Do you play the guitar and sing, do you?
Yeah.
In fact, I think we got some video of you doing just that.
Let's have a quick look.
Oh dear.
So, I mean, did you...
Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over that ring?
So obviously it's the guitar case that's open there, isn't it? That you want people to come up and bung some money in. How difficult has that become over the last couple of years with us using less and less cash?
Yeah, I mean, it dropped off the income from it, for sure. I mean, I've tried to... There's a lot of people doing lots of things now with busking to make up for the shortage, but like I got myself a card reader.
But does that work? Because that sort of changes the dynamic slightly, doesn't it? If you somehow, I don't know, it just makes it feel a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the act. There's some that adapt better to it. For my kind of thing, it did feel quite, I don't know, yeah, unauthentic is probably the right word. Just having a sign up with contactless thing and then getting people to tap. I mean, you had to like preset it to a certain amount, so you're deciding for them how much you're going to be giving, which is a strange concept.
Which is very different, isn't it?
Yeah, you want it to be like a authentic choice for them.
Yeah.
If they're not making that decision, then...
Do you get many people just sort of watching, listening and just walking away?
Oh, yeah, 99%. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
There aren't that many that bother to come up and give something.
What difference does it make for someone like you who's, busking is, and I know you're a music college now, and I mean, it's an important part of that whole learning process, isn't it, for someone like you, getting into music as a profession, but you don't want to do it for nothing. You don't spend all your time on the streets doing that for no money at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting one, not having the cash, because by some way, if you're tapping a card, then you're less at risk of certain things, like you're not going to get ill. So there are positives, and I think a lot of people are seeing those things, but, I mean, there's so many risks associated with moving purely... If we just get rid of cash completely, then, I don't know, you can end up, especially if you're giving a busker a little thing, you never know what, I don't know, you can get viruses and hacks and all sorts of things. You're exposing yourself in a much more vulnerable way, whereas if you're just putting a pound coin, it's there, you've got your pound coin.
Yeah, and what about you in your everyday life, when you're actually earning the money? Do you spend cash or have you got a card?
Well, because I get cash, yeah.
You spend it. Yeah.
It's quite handy. But yeah.
I suppose, and as a young person, I don't have to bleat on about you being young, but it just shows how old we are, so don't take it personally. But in terms of managing money, because you've got to learn to manage money, is that helpful with the cash? Because of course you see what you've got, and once you've spent it, you've spent it.
That's a really interesting point. Yeah, I was thinking about that. To be fair, money management is changed completely because you got positives because you got like new AI things that are doing cool stuff for management, but then for children, it's like, how are they going to learn to manage their money if they haven't got a tooth fairy?
Have you signed up to our petition?
Yes, I have.
Oh, well done.
There you go.
Good.
Well,
That's another one.
If you want to join Sam and do that, gbnews.com/cash, and you can add your name to the petition. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Great to see you this morning.
And we'll be back with you tomorrow morning. Don't forget to sign up. And right now, let's catch up with the weather.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a warm start to the day for many of us, and those temperatures are going to rise quickly through the morning. Hot in the east today. Thundery breakdown on its way, however, from the west. And much fresher conditions arrive across the UK by tomorrow. But we've got this area of rain moving up from the southwest into Wales and then by lunchtime into central southern England, the Midlands, northern England and eventually southern Scotland. Some intense bursts of rain in places. Thunder and lightning, hail as well, but this will all be hit and miss. So some places won't see much at all. Some places will get quite a deluge. Ahead of that, temperatures reaching the high 20s, perhaps low 30s in the southeast. But behind it, fresher conditions, much cooler for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest. Plenty of sunny spells, actually, by the afternoon in these areas. However, further showers move up into the southwest overnight. And we've also got the thundery rain clearing the north and east of Scotland, so further wet weather to come in places. A muggy night to come once again, but not quite as warm as last night. Perhaps a smidge more comfortable for sleeping. Nevertheless, a lot of cloud for Scotland and northern England first thing, further showery rain clearing away. Then a brief interlude, but there's always the potential for some wetter weather to move up from France into southeast England for a time tomorrow. And then further showers and thunderstorms get going across Wales, southwest England and more especially Northern Ireland, where again could cause localised flooding. It's a much fresher day though across the board.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.